hoping that we are now all settled. I'd like to request Giovanna and Anna to take their seats so that we can start. Yeah, so before we officially start, I would like to do what we do here in Africa. To start with the two anthems, the host country's anthem, and then since also we're in Addis Ababa, the home of AU. So we'll do an AU anthem. Mule told me it's called national anthem, regional, continental anthem, not. Yeah, exactly. But we see Africa as one big nation, African Union as a nation. But anyway, so we could start. May we all be upstanding? May we all be upstanding, please?
Africa, the tree of life. Let us
Right. Thank you very much. So I want us to, I think we all have the program of the day before you, so let's take a minute to go through the program. As you can see, we will have 3 sessions today. We'll have 3 sessions today. So we'll have the opening sessions. We'll have remarks given to us by the Vice Chair of the Eastern Horn of Africa, Election Observation Network. We'll have some remarks by the Board Chair of CECOE. And then, of course, we'll also have a very small section delivered by the Regional Coordinator for EON in terms of why we are here, the objectives of this country forum, and generally about the project that we are implementing courtesy of the EUD and the EPD that are also present in the room. Then we'll have the keynote address given to us, or keynote remarks given to us by Anna Lixi, who is the team leader for governance and peace. And then, of course, we are still expecting a member of the National Election Board of Ethiopia to come and join us. They've been with us on Monday and Tuesday. We hope they can also make it today. Then, of course, we'll have 3 panels, like I've said. The first panel will be discussing building credible, inclusive elections. And, of course, here we'll be focusing on institutional preparedness in terms of legal reforms, candidate and voter registration, logistics, polling day, dispute resolution, and peer lessons from the region. Of course, we've lined up, as you will see in the project, we've in the agenda, lined up a number of speakers for the same. That session will be moderated by Masood from CEHRO. Then, of course, we'll break for tea after the photo session. Then we come back. So here is when we are making a slight change in the agenda. So the panel 3 will become panel 2. So please note that, those in the panel to know that change. So the second panel in this case becomes the panel 3. So panel 2 will be preventing electoral violence. And here we'll be focusing on analyzing drivers of violence and the role of security agencies in conflict prevention. Of course, here we'll be learning what other countries are going through and how they are trying to mitigate what's going on there. Then, of course, then we'll do the last panel, which is safeguarding civic space in the digital age. Here we'll be looking primarily on addressing risks from AI, deepfakes, and internet disruptions, sharing practical mitigation strategies. Of course, here again, we have lined a number of speakers to be able to share their own experiences. Of course, after that, we break for lunch. We come back. Of course, I think, that's after lunch now. We do the safeguarding the civic space in the digital age. Then we will now do a plenary, of course. After every session, there'll be a plenary. Then we'll have the last session, which is actionable ways forward. And we shall make a presentation, some of the outcomes and action points that this meeting shall have generated. So without wasting much time, once again, I would like to appreciate you for being here. And also now to start us off, I would like to invite Masood G. Reta, who is the Vice Chairperson of East and Horn of Africa Election Observation Network. Welcome. Let's clap for him, please.
Thank you, Marcus, for inviting me. And good morning, all. Good morning. So, thank you very much for coming and for joining us at this very important country forum, which EHRO is proud to host in Addis Ababa. And then on behalf of our chair, who can't make this meeting for technical election-related things, I wanted to speak on behalf of the EHRO Governance Council. Your Excellency, Anna Lixi, Team Leader for Governance and Peace, European Union Delegation to Ethiopia. Mr. Abdulkadir Adam, Vice Chairperson of the Ethiopian Political Parties Joint Council, Dr. Tamrat from the Federal Police, Mr. Manaye from the Institute of Ombudsperson, Mr. Henry Muguzi, Coordinator for the AfriNet, Mr. Mule, who will be speaking a bit after me, the Regional Coordinator for the East and Horn of Africa Network, Ms. Rindai, I don't see Rindai. She's coming. But she's around, but she's okay. She's we call her Mom Africa, so she should be in the room. Tell her to come very soon. The host and director for the Zimbabwe Election Network, members and leaders of the regional networks, Southern, Eastern, Western, Central Africa, distinguished leaders of civil society organizations across Ethiopia, esteemed development partners, including EPD, ladies and gentlemen. It is a profound honor and privilege to welcome you to Addis Ababa, the land of origins and a diplomatic capital of Africa. As some of you, especially from across Africa, have been here for some days, I believe you feel what I'm saying. In my capacity as Vice Chairperson of the East and Horn of Africa Election Observers Network, EHON, and as the Executive Director for the Consortium of Ethiopian human rights organizations, I wish to extend our sincere appreciation to our partners, the African Election Observers Network, AfriNet, and East and Horn of Africa Regional Network of Civil Societies, EHON, for steadfast collaboration and co-leadership under the HEAD project, generously supported by the European Union. We also take this opportunity to acknowledge the current civic space situation in Ethiopia, which underscores the vital importance of sustained dialogue, collaboration, and constructive engagement by all stakeholders in advancing democratic governance in the country. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the National Election Commission Board of Ethiopia, NEBE, the Authority for Civil Society Organizations, ACSO, the Ethiopian Civil Society Organizations Council, ECSOC, and our co-host, the Coalition for Election, CECOE, for their invaluable support in realizing this country forum. Most importantly, we recognize the dedication and hard work of the teams at EHON, CECOE, CEHRO, AfriNet, as well as the personnel at the immigration who made the immigration process seamless, whose professionalism ensured the seamless arrival of our distinguished guests across Africa and the Eastern Horn of Africa. Distinguished participants, this is a pivotal moment across Africa. The practice of election observation is confronted with increasing complexity and evolving political realities. Civil society, however, has not retreated. It has stepped forward, yet the moment call for more actions in collaboration with you esteemed partners. As Ethiopia prepares for the 7th national election on the 1st of June 2026, the responsibilities before us are clear. Democratic credibility depends not only on institutions, but on the collective actions of civil society, observers, development partners, and citizens. Above all, it depends on how we choose to act together. Let this country forum make a decisive shift toward this coordinated action, shared standards, and robust partnerships with tangible outcomes. The credibility of elections observation in Africa will ultimately be determined by our capacity to collaborate with integrity, courage, and purpose. In closing, allow me to draw upon our shared African wisdom. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. This is not merely a proverb. It is an instruction to collaborate, to act, and to lead. Let this country forum culminate not in words alone, but in commitments, in actions, and in strengthened collective resolve. Once again, welcome to Addis Ababa, welcome to Ethiopia, the land of origins. The work begins now. Thank you very much. Now, I would be inviting Her Excellency Anna. Sorry. Okay, sorry, Anna would be making a formal opening, so I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Now I will be inviting the board chair of the CECOE, Mr. Sahle Selassie, to make also opening remarks, and then he will be inviting our guest of honor. Thank you very much.
Good morning, all. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and partners, welcome to Addis Ababa and welcome to this country forum. It is my great honor on behalf of the Coalition of Ethiopian Civil Society Organizations for Election, or CECOE, to open this multi-stakeholders country forum organized under the East and Horn of Africa Election Observation Network, EHRO. This forum comes to at a pivotal moment, not only for Ethiopia, as we approach the 7th general election, but also for our region, where the integrity of election process remains central to peace, stability, and democratic governance. Ethiopia's upcoming elections are taking place in a complex environment. While they are present an important opportunity to strengthen democratic institutions and public trust, we must also acknowledge the challenges before us: constraints on civic space, pressure on freedom of expression, operational demands on electoral institutions, and security concerns in some regions. It is precisely for this reason that this forum is so important. Today, we bring together a diverse group of stakeholders, that electoral authorities, civil society, political actors, security institutions, media, academia, and regional partners to engage in constructive dialogue on electoral preparedness and institutional readiness, safeguarding the civic space, including the digital age, preventing electoral violence, and promoting peaceful participations. As CECOE, we strongly believe that credible elections are not only responsibility of one institution alone. They require coordinated efforts, shared responsibility, and mutual accountability among all stakeholders. This platform also provides an important opportunity for regional peer learning, drawing from the experience of EHRO member organizations across Africa. The lessons are critical, as well as collectively work to strengthen electoral integrity. I encourage all participants to engage openly, share candid perspective, and work toward this practical, actionable recommendations. Let this forum not only be a space for dialogue, but a step towards building trust, strengthening collaboration, and ensuring that Ethiopia's upcoming elections are inclusive, peaceful, and credible. Thank you, and I wish you a productive and impactful discussions. Thank you. Now, allow me to sincerely invite Anna Lixi, team leader for Governance and Peace, EUD, please.
Good morning all. Good morning and thank you for the introductory speeches, already very inspirational, given to us by the Vice Chair of the CEHRO and by the Board Chair of the CECOE. So all protocol observed, I would move on with my few remarks. So first of all, I would like to highlight that I'm very grateful for this invitation that we received from CEHRO, from CECOE, from CEHRO, and from the HIDE project. This gives to me the possibility to address you with a few words. So I am pretty new to the country. In Ethiopia, I arrived in September, and I am the head of a sector which is pretty expanded in the European Union delegation to Ethiopia, because we do not only deal with governance and peace as my title, but also with private sector development and investment, which is, as you know, a main priority in our cooperation of the European Union, not only in Ethiopia, but all around the world in these changing times. So it is a privilege to have been invited to be able to address you. I'm new to the country, but I'm not new to the project ahead, which is behind this event, because the project ahead, as you know, intervenes in many countries, and I arrived here from Ghana, and ahead was also active in Ghana, in my previous country. So why it is important? Because the European Union supports initiatives like the AHEAD initiative in Africa, promoting peer learning and collaboration. We heard before the last expression said by Mr. Reta. If you want to go far, you go together. And so this is the reason why the European Union supports activity, the activity like the one highlighted, carried out by AHEAD. The importance of knowledge sharing, lessons learned shared among different organizations, and peer learning. This is important in order to identify common solutions to common challenges and to learn from each other. Is a lesson that we all learn in life. This initiative is particularly important also in this context, because Ethiopia, as we all know, is getting prepared and approaching the 2026 general. A good test in any democracy for the institution to assess the trust of the citizens in the institutions, and also because, as we heard before, are a collective commitment of institutions on one side, but of the civil society, and more importantly from the citizens. So it's the expression of the will of the citizens and of the population. So the European Union strongly believes in the election as a cornerstone of democratic governance, and because of what I said before, because it's a shared commitment by all, including and particularly the citizens who are active in the process. And the European Union believes that the elections are built on transparency, respect for fundamental freedom, meaningful participation of all stakeholders, as we said, the institutions, the political actors, but also the civil society, and, as I said, the citizens. So the platforms Also, for what I said before, as a system which can allow an active participation from the citizens. So I would like to conclude reaffirming the European Union commitment to supporting Ethiopia in its effort toward peaceful, inclusive and credible elections. My delegation, the bilateral delegation to Ethiopia, supports a program together with UNDP. The European Union is particularly active. We provide the support to NEB, and through the support that we provide, accompanying the support provided to NEB, we also support CECOE and CEHRO in their activities in the elections. So this new activity carried out by AHED in Ethiopia is connected to the other activities that we promote in the country. So I would like to express again my gratitude for having been invited to share these 2 words with you, and I would like to wish you fruitful discussions and concrete outcomes at the end of this forum. So I can, after the 3 keynote speeches by the CEHRO, CECOE and the European Union, we can officially open this multi-stakeholders forum. Thank you very much.
So now that we have been officially started, so I will not have any more stories to say. So I think just a quick one before I introduce the next speaker is that you all heard about Mama Africa. She just walked in. Mama Africa, while you're away, they spoke about you. You can wave. Yeah, so she's here from Zimbabwe. So I would like them to invite to the stage Mr. Mule Musao. Mule Musao is the regional coordinator for East and Horn of Africa. Karibu sana, Mule Musao.
Asante. Thank you very much, Marcus. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm very happy to be here. Like I've told my Ethiopian colleagues, I think it is one of the most warmest welcomes you have gotten this week right from Monday, where we had another event called the Afionet meeting, the experiential learning, and now we have moved to the regional discussions. So very happy to be here, and we feel very much at home. Well, for some of us, we just crossed the border with a poll vote, so it's okay. We feel much more closer, but it has been a very warm welcome. To all the distinguished guests that we have, our esteemed partners, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. I will take you just basically through what the objects of EHON are, even as we prepare ourselves for the conversations that we could be having today. The Eastern Horn of Africa Election Observation Network was formed 13 years ago in Kenya. It brought together at that particular time 5 countries, which were the 3 East African countries, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, but Sudan and South Sudan at that time. And we were only 5 organizations that started this. Today, we are 18 organizations across the region. We have included Ethiopia as one of the countries that we are now focusing on, Rwanda, Burundi. We have Somalia that we have some working relationship, and even DRC Congo, where we also have some team that we are able to work with. And the idea behind the formation of the Eastern Horn of Africa was to strengthen citizen election observation processes in the region. If we do practice democracy, and democracy is about the people, then the citizens needed to be strengthened to be able to participate effectively in those democratic processes, and especially in democratic elections. And therefore, because we knew that there were citizen organizations which had formed themselves to be able to undertake processes or undertake to monitor and participate in the processes of elections, then we thought it was important that we come together. As Masood has said, coming together, we go far together. And that was the idea behind the formation of EHON. We have grown, like I've said, over the years to the 18 members that we have, quite a number of organizations. And through those organizations, we've been able to learn a lot. The main objectives of why EHON was formed was one, that we needed to create a platform for coordination, for collaboration, and for learning, because we have to teach each other. Democracy is a practice that even the Americans are still learning. Everybody wants to learn across the globe. So the idea was, can we create a learning platform for actors within the Eastern and Horn of Africa region, where we can be able to collaborate and where we can also be able to coordinate. And then we also create a platform that allows us to be able to also build our capacity to be able to engage in these particular processes. So capacity enhancement amongst the members was an objective. And then seeing that we cannot be able to work alone, seeing that we cannot be able to have our own cake and eat it, we thought that having country forums, such as the one that we are having right now, would create a platform where we can engage more stakeholders. If you listen to the introductions, earlier introductions, you'll hear that we have the police represented in this particular meeting. We have a different number of stakeholders who are participating. We expect NEBE, which is the authority which is in charge of elections in Ethiopia, to also participate. We were with them this week. And we expect all other parties, including the political parties. The Joint Political Parties Forum is already here. So we want to work with as many actors as possible. The idea of creating a country forum is to create a platform where we all discuss. We bring together members of that particular country together, they create a platform, and that platform allows them to have conversations about the preparation process of their elections. They go through the elections together, and once the elections are over, they can again convene as stakeholders in that country forum to assess, evaluate, and see and review the electoral process, with a view, of course, of improving and enhancing the electoral processes. So it's a national conversation. The regional actors like ourselves will only come to Ethiopia because we need to learn, we need to study how they are doing things, and where we can be able to share notes here and there, we are able to speak to each other. Because in any case, like I said, democracy is a practice that everybody is still learning. So we'll come not to teach anybody, but to have a conversation, to share experiences, and hopefully to improve the overall performance of democracy and electoral processes on our continent. So that's the idea. And in every of the country forums that we have set, we have had quite a number. We have had them in Kenya, in Uganda, in Tanzania, in South Sudan. We have gone there, and there have been some very positive developments that we have seen after those country forums had been established. So as has been the case in all the others, thematic discussions are identified, or issues are identified that can be discussed. And I think in the same light, in this particular workshop, we'll be having a conversation. And then from that conversation, we can be able to link it to the process of how Ethiopia will be preparing for these elections. And hopefully through the process and the conversation which starts here, we can be able to better prepare for those elections, and once the elections are over, again be able to, as I said earlier, review. So that is why what EHON is all about. That's what this country forum is all about. And without wasting a lot of time, I want to then usher in the moderator now to take it up from there in terms of now getting to the nuts and bolts of this particular exercise. I want to thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mule. So I think now we are on the same page in terms of EHON and in terms of why we are gathered here this morning, and we'll be here until afternoon. So we want to now move very quickly to the first session, which talks about building credible and inclusive elections. As you know, of course, we've been told that the country here in Ethiopia is preparing for its election on the 1st of June. we will then probably just understand in this session how the country is prepared. How is the country prepared? Kenya is having its elections as well next year. We expect also to have two more countries in our region, Somalia and South Sudan, again sometimes this year. So Djibouti, I think, is also happening this year as well. So how can we also learn from one another, but also specifically look at how Ethiopia is preparing towards those elections, looking at legal reforms, looking at candidate and voter registration, logistics, as well as dispute resolution, and peer lessons from the region. So I would like then to invite Masood, who is the moderator of that session, to be able to invite the panel members. Karibu Masood.
Thank you. Yes. እንደምን አረፈዳችሁ። ሰላምታ ሲበዛ ምን ይባላል? ነገር አለን አሁን የምናወራው። So our session would be about አጠቃላይ በኢትዮጵያ ያለውን የምርጫ ሁኔታ በሚመለከት the institutional preparedness, legal certainty and electoral integrity issues. So we do this, as you all know, and as we have already indicated, as we all know, we are almost ready for the 7th national election, which will happen maybe in the next April, May. We have only almost 2 months, 60-something days left, 64 or 65 days left. So now it is an important occasion for us to host this country forum, multi-stakeholder consultation, and also get perspectives from the key actors. So I would like to invite Dr. Abdul Qadir from the Ethiopian Political Parties Joint Council to the forum, and then I will introduce a bit about him. Then the next would be Mule from the CEHRO, and then Abarra from CECOE, and maybe to make sure, do we have colleagues from NEBE in the room? Do we have colleagues from NEBE? So, because they were here for the last 2 days, but as you can understandably see, they are very busy with a lot of tasks, but we excuse them. And I'm sure because this is also live streamed, and I'm sure some of the colleagues will be watching us, and they can also provide comments. Anyone can give us comments. And then colleagues, please share if there are comments that come online that my panelists can respond. So to give a brief introduction of my panelists, Dr. Abdul Qadir is from the Ethiopian Political Parties Joint Council, and he the vice chair of the council, and also the president of the Ethiopian Equality and Freedom and Equality Party. Freedom and Equality Party. So he has been in this for even he was very active during the last election and their party, and we are really happy to have you today. And we really appreciate also the Ethiopian Political Parties Joint Council for considering this panel as an important platform. Then Mr. Mule, as he introduced himself, we call him the herbalist the last 2 sessions, and it seems he is okay with that name. So Mule is a very experienced election expert in the region, I say, in Africa. He has a lot of experiences as ELOG, Election Observation Group of Kenya, and also our regional coordinator at the EHON, and he has been behind a lot of initiatives, and even he was very active during our last election, in the sixth election. So welcome Mule, and thank you for being in this panel. We have Abarra. Abarra, you know him, he has been in the sector for decades, I would say, and with a concrete experience, especially leading CECOE with this dynamic thought of mobilizing local election observation group. So he has a very hands-on experience about the issue that we discuss about the preparedness, where we are, what are the challenges, what are some of the things that we anticipate to emerge, and then what are our opportunities to engage. And as you see also, these panelists also complement to the integrity, fairness, and other issues that we may raise as civil society. We are here, we have the political parties, joint council, and we have also experts who has vast experience in the sector. So without further ado, I would like to invite Abarra to give us the overall situation of where we are as someone who did this CECOE, having election monitoring activities, long-term observation, short-term observation, civic and voter education, and a lot of engagements with the key actors, with the political parties, the National Election Board of Ethiopia, and other actors, so that he give us a brief context of where we are, and also the preparedness of CECOE in light of making the election peaceful, and other elements that we want to see from this election. And I give you 7 minutes. Thank you very much.
7 minutes for all these items to be discussed.
You can start by praying. And
thank you very much, Masood, for inviting me to share my thoughts about the preparedness of for the 7th general election from the perspective of civil society. I expected that the neighbor will come here and share their experience. So my focus will be exclusively on the preparation that have been made so far from the vantage points of CECOE. But before I start that, or before I delved into the preparedness, I would like to really share the political context within which the electoral process is going. You know, the 7th general election is going to be conducted in a very complex political environment. On one hand, there are promising things which you observe. For instance, the national dialogue is about to conclude, which is supposed to really resolve the age-old problems of the countries that divided the society along different lines, and look for a remedial action that would really address these centuries-old problem. There is also a positive development in the direction of transitional justice, where the victims will be vindicated and restituted, and justice is served. These are an important and a very critical positive development that are underway in this country. On the other hand, we do have an ongoing conflict, the active conflicts in the Amhara and Oromia region, and you have instability in the Tigray region as well. And these situations create kind of challenge, or sometimes push to securitization of politics, where rights and freedoms are compromised because of the critical conflicts that's going on. So there is a positive development which really address age-old problems. And there is again a problem which we see that there is uninterruptible conflicts in a different part of the country. So it is with this context we see about the civic space and the media space as well. The civic space definitely where security problems are pervasive will be compromised, and there will be challenges in really in realizing in full these rights. And again, the media is also there a key player. On one hand, the media service in providing as for the state, helps us get information real time, but it has its own problem as well. That problem is related to disinformation, misinformation, and there is again, in order to control these kinds of anomalies or these kinds of problems, the restrictions of rights, particularly in the freedom of information, might also be in danger. So all these things are the situation that we are in, and the next general election will be taking place. So we have a positive developments on one hand, there are serious concerns on the other hand. So within this context, CECOE is preparing for the 7th general election. Let me just give you who CECOE is all about and what he has been achieving in the past maybe 7 years. CECOE was established in 2019 by 7 civil society organizations, six civil society organizations, which established an organizing committee, and now it has become, it has 180 members around the country. It has been implementing 4 areas of activities: civic education and voter education, election observation, media, research and advocacy on electoral frameworks, and the last one, capacity building. These are the activities which have been implemented in the past 7 years. CECOE has already got a reputation in election observation. It has become an important area of its intervention. Since 2019, it has observed 4 referendums and 2 rounds of elections, general elections, which was conducted in 2013 in June and September. And it has also managed to really carry out an observation activities on outstanding elections and re-elections. This has enabled it to accrue a lot of experiences in election observation. When it comes to the 7th general election, CECOE is completing or finalizing its preparation in 3 major areas. The first one is voter education. The second one is election observation. The third one is media monitoring. These are the main areas which CECOE is working in the 7th general elections. The voter education activity is currently underway. We have a television and radio, sports under the motto, I vote. So our motto is I vote, and we are using the national broadcasters like Ethiopian EBC, the Fana radio, the Abai television, the Fana television, the ABS, and the Ars TV. All these are, promoting or popularizing or informing the general public about the 7th general election. Particularly, it informs citizens to come out and register and also vote during elections. So this is one area of our intervention. We also use the social media. The social media targets the tech-savvy groups. so that it will be able to really reach them in a very easy way. And the other area which we use is local radio stations in different vernacular languages. We are using 6 languages, the Amharic, Oromifa, Tigrinya, Somali, Afari, and the Sidama languages are the medium of the voter education activities in the localities. And the second activity that we've done is we assisted our member organization to get access funding to funding, and 14 organizations have already benefited from that. And the third area which we are using to promote voter education is our radio program. Our radio program is Yeso Adams, or Her Voice. It is targeting women particularly to engage in a voter in a voter education activities in election as election officers, campaigners, observers, and we are also creating a platform for female candidates to really present themselves and share ideas, discuss on issues. This is the third area where we are intervening in the area of voter education. The second one is the election observation. We have generally planned to deploy 5,000 observers across the country, given the situation are, suitable. We are planning to deploy 5,000 short-term observers, but before that, we have already recruited, trained, and deployed 519 long-term observers. These long-term observers are already accredited by the NIBE. NIBE has accepted the way we just filtered and fulfilled the requirements to really engage these long-term observers. So now they are collecting data on the civic space, on voter education, candidate registration, voter
Can
registration.
you finalize in 1 minute? I give you 4 minutes extra.
Okay. Okay. Let me stop here because I have still to say. Okay, we have established also a media monitoring. It is 11 members media monitoring unit, which is engaged in monitoring the media landscapes, how the election is covered by different media outlets, and at the same time we also evaluate or assess or monitor the allocation of time for political parties and private candidates, its fairness and so on. We also monitor the disinformation and the misinformation, and this will be published in a report form and will be part of our election observation report. Thank you.
Thank you, Abara. I give him more time because partly he's also setting the tone and giving the overall situation. And most of us know the situation, but it's good to set the tone, and then we go deep dive. So now I will go to the Ethiopian Joint Political Parties Council as okay. So the Ethiopian Joint Political Parties Council has 63 members, and including the ruling party, and they have been discussing a lot of issues, including the amendment of the law, the NEBE preparation, and some of the members of the political parties also have always issues with the NEBE, with the council, and even they make statements publicly. So how you see as a council, how you see the overall preparedness of the country for the upcoming election, and especially what is the take of the council on the civil society engagement, the NEBE responsiveness, and the government also support to this process to be fair, peaceful, and also transparent. So maybe 7 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Masoud, and thank you, everybody. I'm highly delighted to join this session to discuss about the 7th general election. 7 minutes for the 7th general election is perfect. Yeah. So I will start with a brief introduction of the Joint Council. It was established in 2019. At that time, we had a large number of political parties, more than 100. But now we have around 63. The number might change. Because we have every time new political parties joining the council. So the last 7 years since its establishment, the Joint Council has been working especially to support the democratization process in Ethiopia. Our main task is to build the capacity of political parties. Election, national dialogue is also major areas of the council. And in the last years, we have been working very actively in building peace in Ethiopia. As you know, we have conflicts in some parts of the country. So the council exerted efforts to bring all conflicting bodies to come to the table and resolve political differences through dialogue. And I hope the council has played a very important role in the last years, despite challenges. But we feel that we have contributed for the peace and stability of the country to shape the national dialogue process from its inception to where we are now. And election, the topic that we are discussing today, is the major and one of the important areas that the council is working. So we have been actively engaged in the 6th general election in facilitating in collaboration with NEBE and other stakeholders. We actively engaged. So this is the second time that the council is participating in the general election. We already had the experience of the last election, and we planned. It's like 1 year ago we started preparation for this 7th general election, and the main document guiding this election or our participation is the election roadmap that we designed last year. It has been a long process to assess, to identify the main challenges, bottlenecks in the Ethiopian election history. And some 10 main points were identified, the main issues that needs attention and intervention, from securing and silencing the gun. That's the top priority for a free and fair election. Our idea was to complete the national dialogue before the election, but that didn't happen, unfortunately, because very important political issues like the electoral system that we have in Ethiopia, the majority voting system, is a bottleneck for us, for political parties. So we have been eagerly looking. After the 6th general election, we wanted to change the electoral system, but because of that, it requires constitutional amendment. And the constitutional amendment has to go through the national dialogue because of these procedural issues that didn't happen. So the main document guiding the participation of the council is the roadmap. I think it's first of its kind in Ethiopia, a comprehensive document describing all the role and responsibilities of stakeholders, the political parties, NEBE, civic organizations, government institutions, especially security and democratic institutions. We are just implementing our activities based on the roadmap. And I feel that the process is going as planned, most of the activities. Just to mention the major activities that has been carried out and ongoing process, is the major component of any election, as you know, is candidates. So I think the candidate registration has been completed. And as most of you know, NEBE introduced a digital system this year. And it had its own hassles and technical problems. 1 month was first allocated for candidate registration, and at the end of the time, it was extended for 2 weeks. So using that period, now the candidate registration is over. Right now, the voters registration is going on. Again, the voters registration is being implemented via the digital platform and also manually, because most areas in Ethiopia, they have poor connectivity and other technical problems. So we feel that, we hope and we are encouraging political parties in the council, citizens to avail their citizenship right and register and participate in the election. So far, I think around 20 million out of 50 million voters, according to the report of NEBE, has been are registered. And this is, vis-a-vis the total expected number of voters, this is a small portion of the voters. So we expect this number to increase in the coming days. Election, the council established election watch desk. So this is the unit. It includes the executive committee members and standing committees of the council. But this unit or this desk is directly engaged in following up the election process. It was established like in December, end of December. So it's following all the activities. It meets regular meeting and receiving complaints from political parties, and in collaboration with NEBE and government institutions, the desk is actively engaged to make the process very much smooth. You know, sometimes opposition party members, they are harassed or arrested, especially at the district level. So the desk will intervenes and try to find solution. Other areas of engagement of the council is the debate has already started. Political parties are debating on different media outlets. So again, in every step there are some complaints of political parties. For example, the fair distribution of time for political parties. So whenever there are any complaints, the Joint Council, especially the Election Watch Desk, intervenes, and we try to create space for all political parties. And the political space, it is of course an issue, not only in election time, but every time. But the political space is very much important during election period. You know, in the Joint Council, the government representatives are there through the Prosperity Party, the ruling party. So the council work with relevant government institutions like security institutions, the federal police, and regional government institutions. We had a round of visits to regional capital cities to meet with regional presidents. We had such meetings with Oromia, Amhara, the Afar, Somali, and in the last 1 year, because we started preparation for the election and creation of a space for opposition parties. Much earlier in the last year. So all the discussions, I believe, helped regional governments and the ruling party to create a safe space and wider political space, especially for opposition parties. And to conclude my 7 minutes, so there are still challenges, and I believe some of the challenges are structural, institutional, and we cannot deal with them in this election or the next election. But we feel that there are some improvements in the election compared with the 6 general elections. There are some improvement, digitalization, technology is coming. But the main challenge, and that is taking our attention, is the security problem, the instability in some parts of the country. We will see how many people will be registered. And out of 547 electoral constituencies, especially in areas in Amhara and Oromia region, we are afraid that a good number of constituencies might be not able to participate in the election. That will be a deficit for the election. And one point I didn't mention, that we had consecutive meetings organized by NEBE with security institutions, Ministry of Defense, the Federal Police, the intelligence officers. I think we had 2 meetings at the federal level, and same kind of discussions going on at the regional level. And in those meetings, the security institutions delivered us a report designating areas with colors, the green, yellow, and red colors, which means the green are the areas that election can be smoothly conducted. The yellow areas are the areas they have still some problems, and the red areas are areas that election cannot be conducted. I think government is also working to increase the number of constituencies that election can be conducted. So briefly, these are the issues and activities that we are engaged with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. I give him more time because this is something we civil societies want to learn, which sometimes we may not have opportunity to sit with, like this kind of key stakeholders, like the security institutions, a series of dialogue with the NEBE, and also the ruling party, and most importantly, as we have security concerns in regions, this consultation and dialogue with the regional government authorities is something I really appreciate, which I see the Joint Political Parties Council is doing great. Maybe I will ask further about how you are doing in terms of resourcing, in terms of doing these activities, and also what you want to see from the civil society's perspective. So now I will go to Mule. Now you listen the overall landscape from the civil society perspective and from the joint political parties perspective, and I hope it gives you the full picture. And as you have already experience of remotely monitoring electoral processes, when we have it in Tanzania, when we have it in Uganda, Zimbabwe, and many countries in the region, and your vast experience of engagement. So what is your feeling about the current situation, and where you see CEHRO can contribute as a group, and also maybe your recommendations for these important actors, including the National Election Commission. And in the next panels, we will unpack some of the issues, like from the security perspective, from the digitalization thing, but as a stakeholder engagement to make this process free, fair, like the integrity, preparedness issues. And I give you 7 minutes only for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Masood. It's actually very interesting listening to my 2 colleagues about the situation on the ground. What I'm very happy about from the onset is that there is a level of complementarity in the work that they are doing towards contributing towards that election. And that, I think that's a very beautiful place to start. I was a little bit worried when I heard Abera say that they are deploying 5,000 observers. And I'm thinking the population of Ethiopia, and then you mentioned the number of registered voters, which is around 20 million out of an eligible 50. So we think we have a problem in Kenya. Kenya has 22 million registered voters out of a possible 28 million. Sorry. Oh, sorry, okay. Thank you. I was not being heard from behind. So I was saying that when you mentioned the question of the number of people who are registered, and then I compare that to Kenya, then you wonder, what are we missing? But then we are dealing with 20 million registered voters. In Kenya, there are 22 million. We deployed 5,000, they are deploying 5,000. That makes sense, even in terms of, when you look at in terms of the deployment. Although in terms of Ethiopia, the geography, the number of constituencies, they are double the ones that we have in Kenya. We have 290. So 547. So 547 is nearly double the number in Kenya. So the sample must be a very tight sample for Abera and group. But like I said, I'm very happy about the fact that both the civil society organizations and the political parties have taken it upon themselves to be able to engage very positively in the process of ensuring that there's good preparedness for those elections. And I think the major challenge, which has been again highlighted by my colleague here, is a question of security, and that's understandable under the circumstances. That poses the biggest challenge. Before I come to what I think IHON and the other actors can be able to contribute to in terms of supporting the space, I just wanted to make a few comments. First, of course, we all trying. The idea behind elections, and like I said in the morning in my opening speech, it is a practice. We are going to learn this process, and there's no country in the world which has perfected democracy and electoral democracy. We all going to learn moving forward, and we learn from each other especially. But we need to be, my scrutiny of electoral processes would be towards how much do we ensure, to what extent do we try to ensure that they are credible, free and fair. And we ask ourselves in terms of the laws. I've heard from the Joint Council the question of even the idea of trying to change the electoral system because it is the majoritarian system at the moment. And I think across the continent, that's a conversation which is ongoing. How do we move from that majoritarian system, which seems to favor some parties or some individuals or some ethnic communities because they are more than others? How do we leverage on the electoral system to be able to create much more fairness? I agree with you that that's a long-term structural engagement. I don't think that's a conversation that you can be able to have within a period where you're having preparations towards elections. But it is the aspect of people-centric engagements or people-centered engagements that I'll be more concerned over. To what extent the civil society, the political parties, try to make interventions or ask questions about the preparedness of elections from the point of the people, so that it is much more of a demand-driven electoral process than the supply. So that it's not about NEBE facilitating or creating an enabling environment. They have the responsibility to do that, but how much are the people able to access the election itself? Are they free to participate as candidates, as he said, as political parties, as voters? So those are the scrutiny of the election for me. That's where you'll be looking at how much more do we make it people-centric. And I appreciate the development towards digitalization, for instance, because it's a new space. is again a space which is providing quite a number of challenges. In Kenya, when technology was introduced, as it has been in a number of countries, and I remember even Ghana, where my colleague Frank Odro comes from, there was also a conversation about whether they want to introduce, it was what, their portal, the direct transmission of electoral results. Nigeria introduced the same in their last election, to have direct transmission of election results. So this is introduction of digital processes to ensure people access information in a much more responsive, fast and efficient manner. The registration processes to ensure that especially young people who are using mobile telephones or mobile technology can be able to access the services of the Election Commission. So all these are conversations across the continent. It is an attempt to ensure that the population accesses elections and accesses those processes. My only fear is that, and my concern and what I would advise at this particular stage, is that those new processes are also bringing into the fold a few challenges. And in what has been called the hybrid challenges, which include cyber threats, which include the issue of disinformation, because disinformation is becoming a major problem in elections across the world. The question of money coming from outside the country also, and shaping or coloring discussions and giving one side much more advantages than the other. So some of those issues which have to be discussed at the same time. So I think my initial reaction to the conversation is that, based on what the civil society is doing and based on what the political parties, I hope that also the other actors are being involved in this. The EHON thinking would be that there are more stakeholders which need to be brought on board. Beyond the political parties and civil society, we need to have media as part of the conversation. We need to have civil society actors, not necessarily in elections themselves, but also the one who track such things as human rights and inclusiveness, or making sure there's enough inclusion. We need the security, and I like the initiative by NEBE to have at the federal level committees and engagements to assess the security situation. That being the biggest challenge at the moment, I think that's a good thing. But I hope that then within those committees, the civil society is also able to access. I don't know, you're accessing the conversations. So I think that conversation with as many stakeholders as possible, moving forward, the Election Commission itself, the political party entities and authorities, the Association of Civil Society organizations, and all the other major actors who are related to this. We all call them EMBs, including Parliament, because Parliament, again, is the one which makes the rules. And I don't know whether in Ethiopia we have the same situation in some of the countries where election laws keep changing until the last minute. So Parliament must be involved in ensuring that there is a predictable, if we are 2 months to the election, all the processes must be predictable. It must be clear that this coming month, this is what is happening up to this point. This is when we expect the voter registration to end. This is when maybe the certification of the same is going to be done. This is the date. So that because Parliament sometimes, if it interferes, and I don't know whether it interferes in Ethiopia, is able to be part of the discussion process over the preparedness of this particular process. Those are my opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mule, and I like your comment on this technology things. As we only started voters registration and candidates registration, and we are not using for transmission of results, but that's something we look for the way forward, as the process should be transparent, and that people have to watch what's happening so that we avoid post-election problems. So now I will give 2 or 3 chances for participants, and then they will be responding. You can directly bring your question to anyone you like, but it is like
less than 1 minute question. We don't need more explanation, but question and clarification. And then after that, they will be responding to some of my other follow-up questions, and then we conclude the panel. And the plan is to finish this panel by 11. That's what I plan, hopefully. So I give the floor to our guest of honor, Mama Africa, first. I was actually acknowledging your presence, but you came late. But it is better always to come. And then I see a lot of hands. So Sahala, and then three of you this table. I will start from you, Perry. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the recognition, and congratulations to EHON, CECOE, and CEHRO for hosting this important event just few months before the election. Also congratulations to CECOE, it's still standing. Some of the networks in other parts of the continent, soon after they are formed, after observing the first election, they dismantle, they fight. So we congratulate you, Ethiopian civil society, for working together, collaborating together. We also see sometimes unnecessary competition for dwindling resources and where there are more than one network. So we applaud you for maintaining the network and that you are going to observe the elections. In terms of the comparisons, I was just finding it fascinating. In Zimbabwe, we do have 15 million population-wise, 6 million registered voters. Deployment from 2000 to 2023, we used to deploy 10,000 observers, one observer per polling station. But I realized that now, because of dwindling resources, we are not going to do the same. I see there is less investment in election observation, there is donor fatigue, there is no interest in election observation anymore. So I think it is important for these collaborations, networking to continue, both within the country and also regionally, to avoid, as I mentioned, those unnecessary competition in view of dwindling resources. I just want to check in terms of accreditation, what are the processes in terms of accreditation, and has it started? Are there any other also observer groups which are going to be deploying observers within Ethiopia from the national perspective? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then Sahala.
Very brief. My question goes to Dr. Abdul Kadir, the joint political parties. My question is, I just want to learn or emphasize on the role of political parties in motivating their members to go for registration, and at the same time have access to have a qualitative choice based on information, so that the members maybe get registered and at the same time will turn out on the election day. In my view, for example, now some of you were mentioning about 20 million of eligible voters being registered till now. For me, even the ruling party alone has like some 10 million and plus members, actually, you know. Those, at least, you know, political parties need to push their members and supporters to go and get registered and at the same time have access and choose in informed way, actually. So what is your assessment on the role of political parties in really pushing their members to get registered and have that turnout bigger?
Oh, okay. Hello, my name is Perry. I work for the Women's Democracy Network in Uganda. My question is to Dr. Abdul Kadir. We do work with the political parties, so I just wanted to understand how you agreed on the agenda for dialogue as political parties, how you have built trust among the political parties so that they invest in realizing the objectives for the dialogues that they hold on different issues? And the second is, how do you deal with the question of funding? Because at times I find that in Uganda they put funding before the issues. So instead of working on realizing the objectives, each time there's an issue, they're thinking, oh, but where are we going to get funding? And I'm like, these are your people. You need to find a way of investing in this important process. So I just wanted to hear your insights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Nagato Desta. I came from Amara region, Bardar. I represent the Consortium for Networking and Development. It is civil society network. Now we have 83 members who are working in Amara region aggressively. Today I came here for two purposes. One, to attend this important workshop. The another one's to get Mr. Chahi from Africa or Africtivitas or Ahead Africa. Africtivitas is donated us for this election. Thank you for them. They didn't came here. They didn't the physically due diligence, but by trusting us, they donated. We are also working aggressively. Thank you for them. My question, the first question goes to Dr. Abdul Kader. You mentioned that the negotiation, yeah, this, the word is raising by different politicians, including the leading parties. Practically, it doesn't work actually. So what kind of negotiation? The negotiation needs a give and take. The government should give the demands from especially the armed groups. So what kind of negotiation? We have seen the government mentioned that 3 or 4 months ago, some parts of the armed groups is enter to the city by negotiation, but we didn't see any results. What kind of negotiation you are working? The another one, it goes to Mr. Mule from Kenya. These times, most of Ethiopian peoples raised or mentioned Kenya as a very democratic country in the whole. So we wanting to reach the Kenya, the most Ethiopian. You mentioned that Ethiopian peoples register more than Kenya. Is it really a sign of a democracy to be registered more number in election? In some countries, especially in the Western, unable to register even taken as a democracy. The another question is, what are the roles of civil society in these times to keep the spaces, the civic spaces in Kenya? Because my observation also showed that in the East Africa, Kenya is more stable now. It instilled the democratic systems. What is the role of the civil society? The final one is a technology. I believe that technology is just a revolution, the evolution. It comes from the technologist peoples. The technology can be applied even by dictator, the governments. It's not be sign of the democracy. Using it democratically, using it to exercise the democracy, it is the role of the technology. Unless simply using the technology for everything else, for me, it's not be the sign of a democracy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Tasfaye Gamechu. I am from Ethiopian Human Rights Council. My questions goes to Dr. Abdelkader as well. I have 3 questions. Most of my questions was raised, so I have to focus on these 3 questions. One is, as you said, the national dialogue. If national dialogue have been completed, it will have great impact on the betterment of the election. How you evaluate the impact of that? Because if it could have been completed, it might have some positive impact. So how the council evaluated its impact. The other is especially in parts of Amhara and Oromia. There is a continuation of conflict, as well as in Tigray. There is no war, as well as no peace. So how you deploy your candidates in these areas? I am asking the council's understanding and what it is planning to participate in this area. And the last question is concerning the red, yellow, and green areas. How many % of the areas are labeled red? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we are struggling with time, but also these questions are also very important. So then, as many of the questions come to Dr. Abdulkader, I will start from him, and I would also add the implementation of the code of conduct that we have witnessed. You all parties signed to be abided by the code of conduct, as well as the applicable laws, and whatsoever problems happen, that you have already promised to bring cases to the regular courts. And indeed, the NEBE is also coordinating with the parties, civil societies, the security institutions, and the regional governments to regularly track developments that would negatively affect the process, which is very positive. And some of the questions are directly raised, which the NEBE could have responded, but we will give publicly available information just for the sake of responding the questions after the panelists. So you include this, and then you can respond. Maybe I give 3 minutes for each of them. So you can choose to respond any question, and then we can continue the conversation, because this is a full day. We have other 2 panels. It would be fair to make fair time, and also we can continue the conversation during the tea break. And obviously, we can continue the conversation until we get there to the democracy that we aspire. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you, Masood, and thank you everybody for raising very important issues. And interestingly, most of the questions that you raised has been at the table of the council and all political parties. And I really appreciate that. It shows the level of concern and follow-up of the situation in our democracy and in the Ethiopian election particularly. The role of political parties, which my friend has raised, is very important, because we have vested interest, and political parties believe that the peaceful struggle is the only way for power transition, and it's in our interest to mobilize the public, and especially our members, supporters, sympathizers, to go out and register for having the right to elect. And I believe political parties are doing this very, because this is their task, to mobilize using different platforms. And we also, one of the issues in the election roadmap of the 7th general election is political parties to strongly engaged in mobilizing. And as you mentioned numbers, for example, the ruling party mentions, a significant portion of the total expected voters. And but the number until today is much less than the expected. In the meantime, political parties are the major but not the only stakeholders. In this case, civic organizations through voters' education and other stakeholders can play a very important role. One of the challenges we had a regular meeting that we are facing now, and political parties are complaining that local officers are forcing citizens. This is also the other side of the problem. In Ethiopia, voting is a voluntary activity. We cannot force. Some countries it's compulsory, but in Ethiopia, now both minimum number of voters is a concern, and in some areas, parties are complaining that ruling party or government officials forcing citizens to vote. So it's a very delicate process. The position of the council is that citizens should voluntarily go out and register for the election. The gender issue which my sister has raised, the council has the women's standing wing, one of the wings that we have, women's, youth, and people with disability. And the wing is very actively working on election. Of course, this arrangement, the Joint Council has branches in all the regions. We have the Ethiopian Political Party Joint Council, and all the regions have this similar arrangement, and all of them have these wings. So regarding the gender awareness and women's and youth participation, the wings are doing very much good job, I believe. They have partners supporting the wings, organizing events, training for especially for women political party members and leaders. And through these party members, I believe that will go down, that will cascade to lower level, to the community. And yes, my friend from Bahar Dar I raised a very important issue. I fully share your concern and the pain that I can read from your words and from your non-verbal communication. And yes, the negotiation, what the Joint Council can do is to call for peaceful resolving of problems. We have a limited mandate, okay, to call the government, to consult the international community to push both parties to the table. And I think the Joint Council by itself conducts different activities for silencing the gun, and also political parties. We urge political parties to support the peace process and urge all concerned bodies for peaceful resolution. But if you ask me the result, we are still in civil war. I mean, we have differences in using terms. Some people say conflict, some people say civil war. But the standard definition, if 1,000 people die in a year in a country, it's a civil war. So despite the terminology, we have visible problem. Some parts of our country we cannot freely move. And people are dying, the people are displacing from their space, from their places, and we need to work very hard. And but ultimately the responsibility lies on the government and the groups fighting with the government in Oromia and Amhara region. But the Joint Council and political parties, I believe, are doing whatever they can at their disposal. And you also mentioned some questions. I'm finalizing. Not for Mule, but size of voters is a very good signal of the quality of an election and or democracy, because it shows the trust of the people to the system and the election. And of course, technology we cannot escape, be it economy or politics or finance. Technology that we have to. I think we are late in introducing technology into our electoral system. And my friend, you raised about national dialogue. Yes, it is. We regret. We very much regret that the 7th general election is. We are just going to the election without without even starting the national dialogue. The last 4 years. The commission and we are still in the preparatory phase. The assumption was, even in the before the 6th general election, there was a high-level meeting with the government, and in that meeting, we agreed that the electoral system need to be changed. And I remember that time, people, the NEBE leadership was there, and they said they stand against, because they had already started preparation for the 6th general election. And they said, this time we cannot do it, because changing the system will affect everything, till the ballot paper and the ballot box. And we agreed that it will be changed before the 7th general election. You know, the difference is very big. You know, it will minimize the size of votes that will be, you know, nullified. So in our case, with diverse ethnic, religious, political community diversity, the proportional system is much better for Ethiopia, and we hope that will happen very soon after the national dialogue, which, you know, in the meantime, in our roadmap, we requested the Commission, if you are not going to complete, then we asked them to pause for some months, because running both the election, the national dialogue side by side will affect each other. You know, in election we have debates. It's just in national dialogue it is a win-win situation. But here everybody wants to win. So now I think there will the time is extended for 1 more year of the ENDC, the National Dialogue Commission, and we hope it will it will conduct the plenary session of the national dialogue after election. Regarding the red, green, and yellow areas, there was opposition. This was my last point. When the security agencies presented their assessment of the areas of the constituencies, there was opposition, huge opposition, I would say, by political parties, that those areas that we know as conflict-ridden areas has been colored as yellow or green. And you know, you can understand the interest of the government that, but because of the strong opposition from political parties to recheck those areas, I think now they are working again on that areas. And the code of conduct, the final issue which my good friend Masood raised, yes, the political parties, we signed, everybody, including the government, to abide by the rule, by the law of the land, constitution, the 9/11/62, the regulation that we are governed, political parties, law, and especially during campaigns, during any electoral activity, political parties agreed, all members, to respect the law and respect the interest of other political parties. And this is especially very, very important for the ruling party, because they have, as we say, they have the gun and everything. And especially at the lower district level, there are harassments, pressures, arrests. So I think that the code of conduct organized and prepared by NEBE is a very important legal instrument to political parties to conduct their election activities in a very disciplined manner.
Thank you very much. My problem is I can't manage time, because I'm always taking note, and I like the idea he raised, because I mentioned this is also learning. But I will give to Mule the next. Mule, you should be very precise, but we really want your concrete, because you didn't touch much about the CEHRO support for the next processes, and then with some questions directed to with 2 to 3 minutes. Thank you.
I'll be very brief, Masood. The question of democracy, first I want to agree with him that registration numbers are important. Kenya, the numbers are 22, current 22 to eligible 30. That's over 2/3 of the eligible voters. Ethiopia 20 over 50, that is just over a third of the registered voters. It gives a good pulse when you have more members. The enfranchisement of more members in a country is a good indicator of the practice, good intentions in terms of the practice of democracy. So we need to get as many numbers to be registered. But that does also always translate into good democracy. It doesn't mean that where you have 98% people registered. Rwanda and other countries, the people vote 99% to the president. It doesn't mean that they are practicing very good democracy. But it's a good indicator that many people are registered. So therefore, we can now follow them in terms of engagements so that they can be able to practice better and participate better in the democratic practice. The question about the role of civil societies, I think again in answer, I did answer this in the first when I was making a speech about it, but let me just say my expectation for the Ethiopian civil societies right now is that they synergize their activities towards, because civil societies are people agencies. They operate as agents of the people. So if they can organize themselves, the ones which collect data, like the observers, they collect data, it is shared with the people. The ones who lobby and do advocacy use the data to advocate and also to lobby so that certain issues, the ones who are doing voter education are able to move out so that you can even get the more numbers in terms of registration. I think if they were all responding to the environment based on their mandate, and then they synergize especially, come together to be able to share that information, that would be very useful. I agree with you about on technology. It's a tool. It can be used badly, it can be used very well. The idea of technology or digital tools, the introduction of it actually is supposed to make elections efficient. And there are countries, there are examples in the world where countries have decided, German at one point decided not to use technology in their elections because they felt it was bringing a problem. So even such a country which is advanced as German could say at one point, we think this one is a problem. So it's a question of how we use it. If it is a problem, we don't use it. If it's a good asset, then it is used positively. Last, I heard him talk about the election watch desk. And then I'm wondering whether you also have a civil society situation room. I don't know, you can talk about it. But I would want to find where there could be synergies between the two. So the watch desk where the political parties are doing, can there be linkages and ways in which they can be able to collaborate and share information? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have that. The situation room is something we are working on with CECOE. So now I give Abara also very few final concluding remarks from the perspective of issues that you believe are relevant for the civil society engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me welcome Rinda for coming back to Ethiopia again and for your compliment. You raised two questions about the accreditation process and the number of observer groups here in Ethiopia. I think the process is almost the same. That is, we've been implementing the accreditation process in 2021 elections is applied at this point in time. We submit a project proposal for voter education and at the same time for election observation. Then they accredit us at two levels. They provide us accreditation for organizations, and they also provide accreditation for individual observers. These are the way they used to do it, and similarly they have been doing it. We have already received accreditation for voter education as in terms of at the level of the civil society organization. Now we have every right to really operate, and we are really using that accreditation and trying to conduct the I Vote campaign. We have already accredited 519 long-term observers, and we are expecting the remaining observers to be accredited. So we are doing well. They just recruited following a similar procedure, and they accepted us, and now we have We have secured accreditation both at organizational and observers level. The number of observers groups in this country, I don't know exact number, but what NIBE released is 45 organizations are registered on and accredited to conduct observation activities. With regard to election situation room, yes, we do have election situation room. The election situation room consists of at least 50 data clerks, which collect all information coming from the field, enter it into database, clean it, verify it, and then analyze and publish as a report. That's what we are doing, and the desk which Dr. Abdul Kader raised is a political parties situation room, like situation room. They have their own process. We can link, but we have our own rules of procedure where information is gathered, analyzed, and released. So we have to look into that procedure, and if the procedures allow us, we can do together. There's no problem with it. We can exchange information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all the panelists for the rich experience you shared and for the great questions that come from you all honorable participants. So I also wanted to commend the work we did as CECOE, that we maintained, and we should also acknowledge Franklin, who has been behind every initiative that we did last time, that we build a system and then we are going to own it, we are going to use it even for other processes, even for other, for instance, maybe if it's convenient, maybe for the national dialogue, monitoring, observation, things like that. So we build an institution and we are moving on the right track, I believe. So that is something I want to comment. On the observers, it is also, we are also discussing this with the NEBE and the government people, so that it is government sometimes who invite the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Sometimes the NEBE can also invite, but at least as EHORN and AFUNIT, we are working with the NEBE so that we have a study mission at least, inviting all of you from the southern, eastern, and western region, so that you share what you have experienced, you help us, and whatsoever we can see as outcome. But this is a working progress, and I hope the National Election Commission would take it as a very important initiation. And my last point is to appreciate my panelists. We didn't even discuss much before we start the panel, but you know, they are the right people, I believe, and I believe also you get a lot of information from it. But let us continue the conversation. This is the first of our panel, and we have other 3 panels, but that can complement. And most importantly, this kind of conversation is very important among the political parties, joint council, the civil societies, regional election observers groups, and other stakeholders in the room, that our purpose is to make this process work and then to make it peaceful. And we conclude our panel. I thank you very much.
A quick photo session with the panel. Thank you. So we would like to move for tea break now, but I would like to invite us for a photo session, all of us, before we go for tea break. So right now it's 11:25. So the photo session and the tea break, we should be back here at a quarter to midday. So can we just come in front first? We can have a few more guys seated, others standing. So you can see who sits, you can see who sits.
Thank you very much, Marcus. I'm tasked to moderate the very controversial and sensitive agenda, which I have little knowledge about it. Definitely the panelists will help me walk through these processes, but at least I know that electoral conflict is not all about voting processes. It goes far beyond fundamental and structural problem, which is reflected in the process of, or which would appear or occur during elections. So it's very important to really note that we have to go beyond the incidents or the trigger factors than the fundamental problems which may be exhibiting itself in terms of, grievances over resource control, structural marginalization, undue representation. All this stuff make a fundamental problem and attribute to electoral violence. So now we are going to discuss about security arrangements during this election or in the process of the 7th general elections. And we have panelists. We invited 4 panelists for different reasons. The National Election Board representative didn't appear or did not appear here. The Ethiopian Human Rights Council has also been invited, but Commission, sorry, because there is a friend of mine whose name starts at the initial starts with C. So Commission Council sometimes confuses me. So the Commission is not represented, but we have again, we're blessed at least by 2 important personnel representing Ethiopian experiences and the Ugandan one. The first speaker and the first panelist will be Dr. Tamrat Mulugeta, President of Police University and Deputy General of the Federal Police. Please come to this. And we have another panelist, Perry Aritua, a Women's Democracy Network Agenda. She is an executive director. Welcome. Thank you. So as I try to briefly set the context, it would be good to start from Perry, who already passed through the elections in Uganda, and she will just tell us about the security environment during the Ugandan presidential elections and how women were, who were involved in the political processes, experiencing the challenges and the way out that they try to really deal with this serious security problem. And also, you can also provide us the overall security environment within which the Ugandan presidential election took place. Thank you.
Thank you, Abera. I will speak based on my experience as someone who has observed elections, but someone who has also engaged some of the actors in elections in Uganda. So one of the things I've noticed over time, that conflict at times escalates during elections because there are a number of unresolved issues. For instance, when you have a lot of youth unemployment, when you have conflicts over land, just unresolved issues then become at the fore because there's an election. At times, these groups want to be heard, and they think that the only way to be heard is during the election process. So unresolved issues contribute to conflict during elections. The other also, when an election is a high-stake election, for instance, if there's high competition, by default, somehow you start getting violence in elections. Security becomes an issue. For Uganda, we have what I would call a very militarized election process. And this is where I always urge my friends in the security forces that you need to remain professional. Because once you start becoming partisan in an election, you're going to lose the credibility that you have. Because when you wear the uniform, which is either the army or the police, there's an authority that you carry. Now, people expect you to serve them equally, regardless of the political party they belong to. Once you start being seen as serving a particular party or a particular candidate, you lose their credibility. And at times, the population pushes back. And when they push back, it can at times lead to violence. In our last election, we saw some people killed, people shot in the election. And the other thing that I also realized is that when there is no accountability for previous violations against citizens or against candidates, then it creates a level of impunity where some unprofessional security officers feel they can get away with it. You know, that they can do something and they will not be prosecuted. In 2021, during our previous election, we saw about 54 people were shot. And part of it was because the tension, you had a young candidate, by then he was about 39, and then you had a long-serving president. And I think in the beginning they underestimated him. Now when there was more momentum from the young people to say we actually need change, we need a person who understands us, then the unprofessional security officers, some of whom become partisan, don't know how to react. And in that not knowing how to react, they killed people and they have never been penalized. Now that created what I'd call a recipe for violence in 2026, because then people start asking, but why do you continue to shoot us? We just want to participate in an election. So the issue of professionalism, accountability, being non-partisan and professional becomes very, very important. The other is misinformation and disinformation. And this is where social media has actually partly also become a cause of violence. Because when people start sending disinformation, for instance, that the results are being, you know, tampered with, or there's ballot stuffing going on in this particular area, knowing that this information is false, they can actually incite the population. We saw it in our last election where you'd see a lot of fake news, but because people don't know how to decipher what is fake and what is correct, then you find people become violent. Now, when it comes to women, you see, when there is violence, it doesn't discriminate. That's the unfortunate thing. I can tell you in 2021, about 70% of the 54 people who were killed were just ordinary citizens going about their day-to-day life. I remember there was this lady who was walking on the main street of the city. She was just carrying food to a client. She was shot. She had 4 children. There was a 15-year-old boy. He was on, we call them border borders, a motorcycle with his mom. He was shot. And that boy, you know, at that point, for many of us mothers, it was painful because he was not even of voting age. And I remember the journalist who carried him to the hospital because the mother was so distraught, kept telling him, he was called Adam, kept telling him, Adam, fight for your mother. Now, for me, those images, and that's why when we talk about violence, it's important for stakeholders to understand that you are affecting real people. It's not just about the politicians, but these are children, these are women. Now, when those elements within the security forces are not held accountable, it causes pain, but it also causes anger, and it can cause violence. And we have a lot of what I would call, we're like a volcano. You know, when a volcano is sipping, but it has not yet poured. It's like we're simmering. And I always hope that countries that have an opportunity to do things right learn from us who have been beaten. When I say beaten, I mean those who have been affected by not doing everything in their power to have peaceful elections. Now that means sitting and speaking to each other. I can tell you in 2021, we ran a program with the police where we were having radio programs, and the police was explaining to citizens, this is the election law, this is how you should participate. If you have an issue, come to the police, let us deal with this issue. There was more peace in those areas because the population felt that they were being listened to, and the police was more welcoming. But this time, I don't know, the things just changed. We started realizing, but they're not even in control. It was someone else who was in control. So my urge usually is continue to talk, continue to engage, government must continue to address the issues that the people are concerned about. You cannot wash away people's grievances and say, oh, we want peace. Peace without justice doesn't work. That is the experience I'd like to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your eloquent presentation. I just found out a very interesting presentation because it raised the most important factors that really create the environment and perpetuate violence during elections time. For instance, unresolved issues are fundamental issues. She raised it. It's a very important point. And high stake, if there is election is at a high stake, if there is a serious contestation, then there is a possibility for a violence. And associations and the issue of impartiality is also an important point that should be really considered as factors that can really at least create the enabling environment or fostering violence in a given elections. And the misinformation and disinformation are also, I think, an important fuel for really aggravating already fragile situations in electoral processes and failure to build a security forces accountable. The issue of accountability is also important. If these people are really just go with impunity, that creates grievances, which also added a fuel to the ongoing violence. So these are the important things that we should really consider as a security challenges during elections. I'll move to Dr. Tamrat, and we're blessed of his presence. And we have to also see the opportunity that what the federal police, particularly the university in which he presides, does, and in relation to the ensuring security in a country. I'll give you 3 minutes on that, and then I'll move to the major topic.
Thank you very much. Good morning. As Ethiopian Police University, the university is mandated to train police officers. Every kind of education and training is within the federal police, and some specialized trainings and third level education for regional and city administration police commissions is delivered by the university. So technically, the preparing the police officers, or I would say institutional preparation, is given to the university. So starting from September, we are closely working with stakeholders, particularly NEBE, ICES, UNDP, and other security apparatus to train officers, leaders and officers, particularly in particular relation to the election laws and human rights, and some operational trainings like riot control and diffusing conflicts and violence. So the university, as a training and education institute, is working on the institutional preparation or preparing the police organizations, security apparatus, and police officers for the upcoming election.
Thank you. Just to start with the issue that we want to discuss here in this panel is what mechanism is in place, because Nebe is not here. They might provide us if they were here, but if you help us walk through this, what structure is in place currently in order to really address or handle the security situation that may arise due to elections or any kind of violence or any kind of electoral instability that may arise. So can you a little bit tell us about this structure and what are the arrangements, and if possible, who are involved in this?
Thank you very much. First of all, there is, I would say, there is a misunderstanding, a misconception that election is, every election is related to violence and conflict. Of course, I would say this thinking comes from our experience of other countries or the global experience. But elections should not or do not cause conflict by themselves. So they intensify, they reveal the existing tension, I would say, the existing political tension, existing economic tension, existing social tension, or there is a concept in security analysis that we call it, we borrow it from psychological terms, it's called the post-election trauma. So, I mean, the history tells you that, okay, if the former election was not peaceful, there was violence, there was conflict, so people, citizens anticipate, or other actors anticipate that the current election would also result in conflict. So we need to come up with understanding that elections should not cause or do not cause conflict or violence by themselves. So there are other hidden, I would say, unemployment, economic factors, as I say, history, marginalization. These things are revealed and intensified during election. Saying this, we need to understand the triggering factors, the cause of conflict or violence during election. Before I say, I go to, if you allow me, because I go to the discussing the existing structure. You know, election is a cycle. You know that there are phases of election, right? There are particularly we for the sake of security, and then based on the NEBE's classification, we classify the election phase. Of course, these election phases are interconnected. The pre-election phase, and then the election day or during election, and the post-election phase. Because I want to mention this because these phases they have direct implication for the security, for because the causes before election, the causes during election day, and post-election are different, and then their degree and then their consequences also different. So you can from history you can say that before election, the phase before election is you know, there is a registration of voters, registration of political parties, and there is also a campaign phase during the pre-election. For example, you well know that some parties might be cancelled due to different reasons. I don't go deep into that. So this cancellation might cause a conflict, might create distress, and then can cause a conflict. Or cancellation of individual candidates, or you might say imprisonment of individual candidates. See, or you can go to, if the registration process is not peaceful, there is influence during the registration, there might be conflict. And then from Ethiopian, from our history, from our experience, the campaign phase is very critical and very volatile phase. You know, I would say during this social media era, there are illogical, you know, emotion overrides logic during campaigns sometimes, right? So people go into fights and then insulting each other, and then the ruling party and then the opposition party candidates having this debate, what we call debate, that leads to commenting on ethnic or religious sensitive issues, and then these things create a very distressing environment, which leads to conflict. So during election, the election date is a very critical date, a very, very significant date, So during election date, we have experiences, and then we have from the literature, there are many factors that would trigger or escalate conflict. For example, if a polling station is not opened on time, if there's a delay on opening polling stations. There is in the EPRDF regime, there were histories that are told that there are stuffing of ballots, or stealing ballots, or intimidating and threatening voters. So if voters don't feel secured, and then this might quickly escalate to conflicts. So failure in logistic, failure in, if there is, as I said, voters intimidation, and then if there are misconducts from the security apparatus, security actors from the police, for example, this might escalate to conflict. By the way, conflicts that rise on the polling day could be easily escalated or cascaded. If, for example, if there is a conflict during election day in some part of the country, there is high possibility of escalation. So it's very difficult for security forces to control the conflicts that arise during the polling day. So the third phase is the post-election day phase. As you know, this is also the most volatile phase, most dangerous phase of the election. In many countries, as we witnessed, even in our country, as we witnessed, the opposing parties, the political parties, announce victory before the electoral board or electoral commission announces the results. In some serious cases, some opposition parties, they establish parallel government, which is danger to democracy, which is danger to security. In some cases, the dissemination of or announcement of results might be delayed. And then there is also imprisonment of candidates or political actors. So this is danger to the democracy, danger to society. So given this reason, there is a preparation going on from the police side. For your information, we do not have a special force or a special unit or a special regiment for election. So there is a role that is given by the constitution to the federal police or the police, and then there is a role and the mission designated by the people of Ethiopia to the police. So it is the first is to prevent crime, any kind of crime, and the second is to investigate crimes. So keeping and safeguarding security of the citizens is the priority. So we operate, even during elections, we operate within the existing structure, within the existing system. But we do give special attention, special focus. As I said, we for example, train, train, and then we prepare documents, SOPs, and then how the police officers operate during election or during the conflicts. To do that, we cooperate with NEBE and then other European Union, ECAS, UNDP to provide training. Currently, we're conducting training, TOT actually, TOT in Golden. I think one of the ECAS officers is right here. We're conducting 5 days training on TOT training, which is expected to be, we cascade it and then it reaches the lower level officers. So there is no special structure. We function within the existing security structure. Thank you, sir.
You raised very, very interesting questions. I mean, pointers. What that could be reasons for triggering violence during elections, and you try to classify them in a cycle approach during pre-election phases, and election day, and post-election, and the factors that attributed during these phases are not one and the same. They have their own nature and should be treated accordingly. And that's really important. And hopefully the points are captured by the reporters here. I have the important pointers, but I'll give you one more question so that you'll be addressing. I wanted to really know, now the registration is going on in you know, Amhara, and other places where ongoing conflicts are observed, and what mechanism are you really have you put in place in order to really make sure that registrations are conducted peacefully, and so that people will be able to come out and confidently really registered, and also observers move around and observe the situation. Can you little bit tell us about this?
Thank you. So, as a police organization, I'll summarize our role in the three phases in just one words. Before election, our role is prevention. During election, our role is protection. And after election, our role is stabilization. So they have their own oppression, and they have their three, the prevention, the protection, and the stabilization phases. The activities, they do have their own detailed activities within each phase. So now we are on the prevention phase. You know, one of the services that we give is not only related to the polling stations or registration stations. For example, when the materials are transported from the region, we escort the materials because they are highly secured. The cars are very secure, so we escort that. And then we also, what we're doing is generally in the green areas, we protect, we safeguard, we escort the registration sites. That's what we do. So in yellow sites, we cooperate with the National Defense Force, and then we make sure that the citizens feel safe when they go for registration. So that for right now, what we're doing is particularly in particular addressing your question, we are cooperating with, for green areas, we are handling it by ourselves. I'm from the federal police, so I know that the regional police commissioners are doing the same thing. For yellow areas, we are cooperating with other security apparatus to ensure the smooth registration of voters. That's what we're doing.
Probably participants may not be able to understand about the green, the yellows, and the reds. So can you really tell us how you just coded this, and the extent of greens and yellows and
I thought it was addressed earlier. That's why I said so. Green areas are the safest areas for election. I mean, no security threats. No security threats. The yellow areas are areas with potential and somehow some unpredictable security threats, but still election can be taken place. And then red areas are where elections cannot take place.
Okay. How do you assess the overall, representation of these colors generally?
Yeah, we do have our own index to assess that. There are indexes, there are criteria, there are to say this is green, and I don't want to go in detail, but we have our own criteria.
Okay.
there is an argument on yellow parts because some, as it was mentioned by Dr. Abdul Qadir earlier, there are claims that most of the yellow areas are not still belong to yellow area, but based on, we're revising that. But for operationalizing the colors, the yellow is with potential threat, and then but controllable threat.
Thank you. Now I will give one more chance for Perry to just tell us about the protocols, if you have any knowledge about the security protocols in Uganda, and if that is really was implemented properly, and its repercussions.
Thank you. Most times they'll tell you that information is classified, but I know what they have done in the past. They have established hotlines where you can be able to report. For instance, if you see something, an early warning sign, early warning signs of violence, they have hotlines so you can be able to call and then, you know, tell the officer who is receiving the call what is going on. You can also walk into a police station. And what I know, like during elections, they have what we call the officers who are just in charge of the election desk. So anything to do with elections, you walk into the police station and you will be directed to that desk. But I wanted to say what I have seen work. When complaints are raised and there is responsiveness, citizens then enjoy reporting. But when citizens report and they don't see any responsiveness, then they just stop using the hotlines. So one of the things we have kept encouraging the law enforcement officers, that you respond. It may be as good as saying, look, we received the complaint, but we're unable to respond because of ABCD. One of the reasons why at times citizens don't trust the security agencies is because they keep quiet. I don't know whether they are not taught that feedback in communication can actually resolve part of the conflict. They keep quiet even when they have done something about it in some cases. It's until when the public starts putting them under pressure, then they'll say, okay, we have even already disciplined that officer who did this. And we're like, so why didn't you communicate? The other thing that I have also seen work is the courts in this whole apparatus, because you see, conflict resolution in elections doesn't only end at the reporting stage. The courts are an important factor. Now, if the courts are independent, if they act fast, because usually during elections, I don't know whether it's the same in Ethiopia, but in Uganda, any election-related case receives fast response. Within the law, they have put certain days within which certain cases related to elections should be resolved. Now, when courts act fast on the cases that are brought to them, it instills confidence. And also when the public sees that they are using the law and the evidence to dispense justice without being unfair, that works. And that's why I didn't want to answer the security question just by focusing on the police, because it's an apparatus, it's a system. The police is one, then you go to the courts, then you know, so they work within a whole ecosystem. But at the end of the day, the citizens' trust in the institutions plays a very big role in how security works. Because if citizens don't report because they don't trust you, conflict will continue. So working on professionalism, establishing a communication system, but giving feedback to citizens helps to ensure that there is more peace during elections. Because I always argue that at the end of the day, the sons and daughters who serve in these forces are our children. And it's amazing that at times, because of the actions of a few of them, then they become like an adversary. So building that relationship, them recognizing that this is our country, these are our people, let's do right by them, and let's act professional, I think helps in the whole security conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for raising the ecosystem. We should not only focus on the police, but the courts do have a role. Other institutions can play a role in order to really elevate, problems of electoral problems. So this is an important area which we should also consider in our further discussions. Now I'll just open the floor for questions. Okay, 1, 2, You seem comfortable with the explanation of the presenters, the panelists. 2, okay. 3, okay. Just tell to whom you really address the question.
I think my comment and question goes to both panels. And at the same time, I appreciate and grateful for your presentations. It really gives some insights. Now, can you elaborate a bit about the role of contending parties in inciting violence, especially on post-conflict time? One. The second, what is really the criteria or level of, or how you really differentiate between the right to support and protest election outcome, and how while you are exercising your right to support and protest the outcome of elections, at the same time, how the security apparatus level them as incitement or violence, what are really the criteria or levels they need to go, or is there any standard globally or in country specific actually? So do citizens also need to seek for permission, and at the same time do security apparatus also, do they have the right to jam or protect any kind of support or protest the outcome of elections actually? You know, legally we have to deal all these issues. That probably give us some insight. I appreciate, thank you.
After Franklin, you'll have it. Franklin first.
Him.
Yeah, him. And then you. And
okay. All right, thank you. So a couple of points. I'll just make some contributions to the discussion, and then I have one question for Dr. Tamrat, if he can address that, although Nebe is not in the room. So I think generally, and I think Perry and Dr. Tamara sort of mentioned that when you're talking about electoral violence, there are two main driving factors. One is existing social tensions that can, escalate during election period, and then, and as Dr. Tamrat also mentioned, the actual triggers that come from the conduct of the electoral processes, right? So these are the two main, at least, that studies and cases have shown. And so one of the things that, from my experience and from a lot of this election security work in West Africa that I come from, that I know, has been threat analysis that the security agencies conduct, from those two perspectives. That are we seeing a trend of existing social tensions likely to escalate during the election period? And are we, as security agencies, are we tracking and identifying electoral preparatory activities that might, trigger more conflict, either during or post? And I thought those kind of analysis from security agencies are important. And I agree that with Dr. Tamara that with the security agencies, you don't have any role to do with elections. You can't even dictate for the NEBE or for the election board what it should do. But I think your role will be to identify things that are happening and how do you prepare against that. And one of the response solutions that some countries have put in place, and especially my own country, Ghana, is what we call the Election Security Task Force. That usually are set up a year before the election, and which involves a tripartite kind of meeting which is led by the police, the IGP, the Inspector General of Police, lead that security task force. Then it has the election management board in that task force. Then it has civil society groups that are doing election observation parts, where they meet regularly to discuss threats, the various threats that they are picking up from various places to inform the security agencies on how they can prepare against those things. And it has worked, for the most part, to first of all identify these threats early on and take measures to prevent them on election day. And I think it's a useful tool for countries, especially here where there is ongoing existing conflict, to have this tripartite thing. Sometimes in some countries, the security agencies say, oh, we don't need civil society, right? We don't need, we can do things. But civil society actors, especially observer groups, are on the ground. They collect data. They do long-term observation. They can identify things that are going on communities that the police or the security may not even be aware of. And so that kind of tripartite election security task force led by the police is a useful tool, and I thought to bring it for consideration as we think through some of these things going forward. My question is the traffic light matrix, the red, yellow, green thing, which my understanding is that tracking the red, yellow, green is to sort of provide informed knowledge about, because there are situations where maybe a red can become yellow or can become green, and then there's vice versa. But the timing matters. So for election, and we don't have election neighbor here, but for election management board, you also need some timelines to cut off your preparation. So if a month to election, a place that has been featuring as red becomes green, are they prepared to conduct election that place? And so I was wondering if in that matrix there is a cutoff point that both the election board and the security agents have, and it's okay, look, 2 months to election or 6 weeks to election, whatever the colors are, will be what will, even if things change, because the election board would need time to print ballots. So if it changes a week before, they cannot do it. So I was wondering if there is some kind of timeline for cutoff to inform how polling day will look like. Thanks.
Thank you very much. My name is Karen, and I'm from EHON. He has fed into what I wanted to ask, but I'm just going to try and ask it in a different way. You were talking about how you have projects that you train officers on how to handle citizens. So I just wanted to understand what kind of metric and system are you using when it comes to cascading down information to the local regions and to now the police officers who are situated now at the polling stations? And then how do you collect the feedback data from the officers in those polling stations to create a system that is going to allow a sense of unified reporting mechanism when it comes to security concerns in the different regions? So is that something you're doing? And if not, are you considering what he was talking about in terms of creating a tripartite system that ensures cohesivity in terms of security in the elections? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask a question also. First is to appreciate Perry and Daktari for such wonderful insights that you have shared. So, a bit loud? All right, very well. I'm saying first is to appreciate the panelists for a wonderful presentation that they have given. I have 2 questions and 1 comment or experience to share from Kenya. So let me begin with experience and see how, if that experience could make any, could support or assist either Ethiopia or Uganda, or if there's a replication of the same in your countries. So in 2022, when we were preparing for our general election, we had what we call Election Security Arrangement Program, Election Security Arrangement Program, ESAP. So this ESAP was our coordinating agency that comprised of the National Police Service in Kenya, it comprised of the EMB in Kenya, it comprised of the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, all the security ecosystem that Perry was talking about. They came together. And the main role was within the lines that he was talking about in terms of mitigating conflicts, election-related conflicts, protecting citizens, and of course addressing any issue around elections. It did assist, of course, to some extent. It was the first time we were rolling that program out. It attempted to address security risks, especially because, as you know, Kenya elections are very high risk and emotive exercise. So in terms of our own analysis, it was a first attempt. It had its own problems, but it did address some issues, especially on the elections day. So I don't know whether there's some form of arrangement, something like that in your countries. But now back to my question. So one will go to Dr. So I want to find out, this is what I've read so far about Ethiopia in terms of the 2021 elections. That out of that election, about 1/5 of members of parliament or citizens were not elected, they remained vacant because of security issues. Now that we're moving into another election right now, are you addressing such a problem? Because when you have 1/5 of seats in parliament remaining vacant, it also makes people feel left out in that space of representation. Is it something that you have taken into account? I'm also cognizant of the fact that the 3-tier analysis that have been done by NEBE. Then the other question, of course, to Perry, but also you can also comment to him, to it, Dr. is the question about, I like what Perry said about the security ecosystem. The security is not only about the police force or the police service. In Kenya we call it police service, but it has remained a force, of course. But it's about these other ecosystems. But I want to single out one ecosystem, the people themselves, community policing. How has that worked in your countries, Ethiopia and Uganda, and how does it feed into the overall security ecosystem that will then ensure that people feel safe and that their voice makes sense? Thanks. Over to you, moderator.
Okay, one more question.
Thank you. My name is Mogus from Center for Advancement of Rights and Democracy, CARD. Thank you, the presenters. I will be very quick and direct. My question goes to Dr. Tamrat. Right now, in the Ethiopian electoral cycle, we are in the stage where voters are being registered. And very soon, this registration is going to end, and we enter another phase where political parties start to campaign. Diverse political parties are going to make political campaigns. And as we have seen previously, this period is very sensitive because political parties, diverse political parties, goes to their constituencies and they start to campaign, and sometimes their campaign approach may not be really civil, and that end up in fueling maybe grievances and conflicts. So how far the police and the other security apparatus are prepared to professionally respond to this environment? On the other hand, we also know that police and the security in this context are not here only to prevent conflict. I would say the police have also a role, a responsibility to make sure that this context becomes conducive, stable enough for people to freely express their themselves, especially in terms of political campaign and orientation and so forth. So the context that is necessary for peaceful political election has to be ensured in my understanding. So how far the police is prepared to make sure that this kind of environment exists beyond preventing violence? Thank you.
A lot of questions.
Sorry, I'll be very brief. My question is to the Ethiopian representative from the Ethiopian Federal Police. I just want to know, I want to know how, okay, I have a couple of questions, but let me just ask one. So how does the framework that you have in place, how is it going to be able to apply across different areas, especially places who have different ethnic, political, dynamic conflict areas? How are you going to apply it so that it's proportional, so that it's following international standards? And then if there is misconduct, how are you able to have accountability for that in case there's misconduct from the security agencies?
Thank you. It is time now for for response, and Dr. Tamrat, you have a lot of questions.
Thank you. Let me address the concern, brother's concern first. We have we don't have a special force or a special committee or special security apparatus or committee for election, but there is a task force for a security task force at the country level that is led, that is chaired by His Excellency the Prime Minister. So this committee, this task force, is responsible handling every security issues in the country. So this election is also under that particular, falls under the task of that particular task force. So the role of parties in reducing conflict, as a police, we do not have a direct contact with political parties. We don't contact them at all. So we access them through NEBE. So we are working very closely with NEBE. So when we detect such misconducts, and then when we want to contribute, when we want them to contribute to the peace and stabilization, we contact them through NEBE. So every discussion with because it's clearly indicated in the constitution that the policy is free from political, ideally free from the engaging in political. We do have right to elect, but not to be elected. So we access them through the NEBE, and then we have, as Dr. Abdul Qadir mentioned earlier, we have contacted 2 times. We had an assembly 2 times, and then we will continue this till even after, during the stabilization period, even after the election. So we make sure that every part. He mentioned that they have signed there's a law. So I mean, we hope that they will play with the code of conduct. So we hope that all of them will play within the rule that they have signed. So that's what I can say. So the right to protest, well, and then of course the right to protest is a democratic right, and then in Ethiopian law, police do not give permission for protest or for assembly or for gathering. There are other institutions, other parties that are responsible for granting permission for such kind of events. So our responsibility is making sure that this kind of contest, this kind of protest is peaceful. So you've asked me that what is the right contest? What do you consider it violent? I think it's pretty clear that we consider it violent when actions are threat to the peace and security of citizens first. For example, if there are fireworks or stones or explosives or rifles. And then the second is when that act is threat to institutions, properties, public property. Otherwise, we don't consider, peaceful protest and then having, from our experience, you know that there is a great run, Ethiopian great run. Ethiopian great run has changed into some events where people indicate their protest, They do have their own writings on their hands and then they peacefully protest, right, everything, so we don't intervene in that. So if acts are threat to citizens' lives and then public property, that's what we consider. And we have standard operating procedure to intervene and to act in such circumstances. So the reporting system, we do have an application. I don't know if you know the Federal Police app, citizen engagement application. This application is awarded as the best application in the world. So we're advocating that everyone you can install it on your phone, and then you can send text message, you can send video, you can send audio, you can send files. So every citizen can use that and then report everything, a crime or a concern or a complaint. So we hope that that application will help us to facilitate the reporting system, misconduct before election, during election day, and even after election, because the application has different and very smooth interfaces, as I said. If you want to go anonymous, you can report being anonymous. If you don't, you can report, you can insert your name or your phone number. So I think that application would help the police to get reports from citizens. So another issue is the concerning if there are, of course, one of the things that we do is, when I say institutional preparation, training is one, and then the other is risk analysis. And then we work with the NIS, and then Federal Police, we have also our own intelligence unit. And the regional police officers do have their own intelligence units, so we do scientifically conduct risk analysis. And then we act accordingly. For example, in areas that our analysis shows high risk, we take our own measures. So, of course, every time, depending on our past history, and then the existing social, political, and economic context, we do have our own analysis, and then we plan based on the report from this the security analysis. Concerning the colors, we're working hard on the green colors so that they don't change colors. And then we hope that the green areas remain green. We're working hard to change the color of the yellow to make it green. We are working also on the red color. And I'm not going to promise you that we're going to change the color very, very in such a short period of time. So, we hope that. So, I think maybe would have answered this well. So, in terms of security, we're working hard really to adjust the colors, and then we hope God will also help us in doing so. We work hard, so that's it. So we'll be happy. And then there are because given the volatile nature of the conflict, the green area might be a red automatically, but we work hard and then. Another question related to the 1/6 of the. I better not comment on that because the entire Tigray region there was no election, so that's not related to police tasks. That was more of, even if it's the security reason, it's more of a political reason. So because I'm not a politician, I'm not in the position to answer that. But we hope that the election will be will take place there. But given the area of our operation, particularly security and peace and stability, we're working hard to bring stability in the entire country, specifically to make the upcoming election peaceful and exemplary. I'm sorry if I miss your questions, but generally, to conclude, okay.
How do you treat misconduct? I mean, how do you handle misconduct of the police?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. By the way, we do have our own code of conduct. So as I said earlier, we don't put in place a new code of conduct for election. A misconduct is a misconduct, everywhere, every time. So there are directives, there are laws to handle misconducts within the police. So we strictly follow that. Given the as I said, given the volatile, very complex nature of the election process. So finally, the Ethiopian Federal Police has 4 values. These values could be used as the cross-cutting operations during the entire process. The first is professionalism. So we expect, and then I'm sorry, I think I've missed the cascading question, which is a very important question. How trainings are cascaded. We're currently training the higher officials. So you know that the regional police police commissions are organized in region and then zone and then warada. So the officer is at warada level. So now we are training the higher level officials. Then it goes to lower level, and then finally they reach the actual officer that is responsible in confronting the citizens or communicating and contacting individual citizens. So given that, we use the 4 values of Ethiopian Federal Police as cross-cutting issues. The first is professionalism. So we want to make sure that every police officer and leader is operating professionally. For example, serving every citizen without bias. And then the second is integrity. So we work hard to ensure that we are performing our duties with high level of integrity. The third is respect for diversity. So respect for diversity relies on, ethnic diversity, religious diversity, even the difference in ideology. So we want to make sure that every citizen has a right to exercise their differences. And the fourth and most important value of Federal Police Commission is respect for human rights. So whenever we operate, like I said, in the 3 phases, in the prevention phase, in the second phase, and then the stabilization phase, intervention phase, and stabilization phase, we want to make sure that human rights are respected to the highest level. Thank you.
All right, there were, I think, 2 questions, but he answered part of it. On the issue of criteria, for elections, things must be defined in the law. So usually they will cascade from the constitution to the applicable election laws. So if it's parliamentary, presidential, or local council, they must be hinged in the law, because that makes it easier for you to complain when your right has been abused, if it's an ordinary citizen, or violated, if it's someone who has authority defined in the law, like a police officer or an army officer. So basically, in terms of criteria, the law is the one which defines the criteria. There was a question about incitement, and even that should be defined in the law, because like for us in the electoral laws, it's an offense for a candidate to use hate speech. Where you say, if you vote like this, we will get rid of you. That language which causes people to get intimidated and scared because they want to exercise their choice. So it must be defined in the law. That's what I'd like to say. On the question Marcus asked, a good suggestion that it's important to have task forces. I know, like back in Uganda, we have at the district level, they are called the district security task force, and there's someone who heads it. Usually in every district there is what we call the president's representative. They are called resident district commissioners or RCCs if they are in the city. But what I have learned in terms of doing this work is that community policing must start before an election. You must build the trust with the citizen long before an election. They must feel comfortable reporting to you and knowing that you will take action. And I have seen this work because we were running a different program. It was not even election related with the police. And we had one of the most professional, we call them the community liaison police officers. By the time we reached elections, citizens felt so comfortable picking their phone because he would share his phone number and say, if you see this happening, please call me, and they would respond. So the issue of community policing should not only begin during election because trust is built over a period of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the insightful presentation and the fruitful discussion we have had in the past 1 hour and so on. Please, I request you a round of applause for the panelists. Thank you so much. Now it's
All right, thank you very much. Once again, could we give them a round of applause? They have done a good job. This is very interesting to listen to. In other countries, you can't have the same podium with security officials. But I'm here and I'm happy that we have really gained so much amount of wealth from Uganda and Ethiopia. So I would like then to invite the team for a photo session. If you don't mind, Abera, we take a photo with the group. You can put your laptop. Thank you very much. So it is now, let's say it's 1 p.m. Mule and Rinda have just walked in just on time. They timed us. But we've had very good, interesting discussions on security in Ethiopia and in Uganda. It's beautiful. I think it's one of the most insightful discussions I've listened to this mid-morning. So I want us to move for lunch. We are going for lunch at 1 p.m. So we come back at 2 p.m. And we want to, and please let us keep time so that we can also finish in good time. We've proposed to finish by 4 p.m. If you come back in good time, we shall finish in good time. So please, you're being given your meal vouchers. Please pick one. And we come back at 2 p.m. See you guys. era of where AI-enabled disinformation can distort reality in seconds, and cyber vulnerabilities threaten the very databases of our democracy. So we are joined this afternoon by a number of speakers today. So this is how we will be able to go through our discussion this afternoon. I'm going to invite Tamrat Ahilu, who is the Deputy Director at the Ethiopian Media Council. Please come forward and join us. Let's clap for him. I will need another chair. We'll also be joined here by Karen Wamboi, who is the comms officer at Eastern Horn of Africa. Let's clap for Gen Z in the house. And finally, we'll be joined here. I want to invite on stage Dr. Moges Demisie, who is from, I'm forgetting CAD. CAD is the meaning of CAD, Center for Advancement of Rights, yes, and Democracy. So, Center for Advancing Rights and Democracy. So this is the team that we have lined up for. This is a discussion, so all of us will be involved. So we'll go through a number of questions, a number of insights, but also find a way of, like we did in the previous panels, for the last 1 week. I want to treat this discussion as what we call a case clinic model, where these lady and gentlemen will present some of the symptoms and signs of the disease called digital sins, as it were. And then we also now, of course, as participants, brainstorm on how we can help our countries combat this threat, because deep AI is a big issue. AI-enabled disinformation, like I've said, can distort reality within just seconds. You can be seated here and speaking here, and then someone can actually distort what I'm saying using my voice, using my facial expression, and you will quickly believe that is me, and of course start saying many other things. So to start us off, I would like then to start with Dr. Moges, who then can take us through, just take us through what you think as a member of this country, as an Ethiopian. What are some of the threats that you see taking place alongside the information lines in terms of AI, the opportunities and threats that AI and digital platforms give us in terms of electoral processes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me start by saying a few things about CARD. CARD is actually a civil society organization working in the area of civic, digital and media space. And over the past few years, we have been trying to contribute to the advancement of democratic culture in Ethiopia through our interventions. And one of our program areas is actually digital rights. So we have been engaging on the issue of digital rights right from the beginning in 2019. So we have been following up the challenges and the issues regarding digital rights quite some years ago. So over the years, we have been monitoring social media conversations and we have been monitoring disinformation, misinformation, hate speech, in general, the information disorder in the country. We have been monitoring. We have monitored the past general election. This is the 6th general election. So we have done a social media monitoring of the 6th general election, and in that we have tried to identify the hate speech, misinformation, disinformation, and so forth. And we have been partnering with Meta as well. So we have flagged some of the viral and some of the viral issues, so that measures would be taken against those disinformation. So ever since this social media conversation monitoring have been done by CARD, we have done monitoring of social media over the years regarding the national dialogue also. So now, currently, we are also planning to engage in the 7th general election, trying to monitor the social media environment. Similarly, what we are going to monitor is the information disorder that's going to affect, for sure, the 7th general election. So what are these misinformation, what are the risks that are currently becoming very common and that are affecting the civic space as well? As you have rightly mentioned, there are different threats, including threats like digital threats like, so the range is very long range of issues that we can identify, but it includes like cyber attacks, threats, including hacking, phishing, malware attacks, and disinformation, misinformation. All these are really important, and they have been conducted, and they have been very common. Surveillance is there, coordinated campaigns, which is usually called bots, is very common, especially during election. Coordinated campaigns are there, especially by parties that have larger followers. They try to suffocate other parties, and so that their information becomes dominant and powerful. So we have observed over the past these kinds of disinformation campaigns, and then we have also observed risks such as the ones we have mentioned, AI and deepfakes, including fabricated videos, audios, and images are present, and actually these are very dangerous as well. On the one hand, citizens' right to information, access to information is important, as you said. They empower citizens to have the choice and the freedom of choice, especially that is needed to exercise the right to choose. So this needs freedom of the internet and freedom of access to internet. But on the other hand, there are actors who deliberately try to use this into coercing others or trying to attack others for different reasons, for political reasons, economic reasons, and other societal reasons. Basically, during election, political motivation is more important, so they try to use the internet to maybe character assassinate some political officials. They use fake audios to attack the candidates, maybe political candidates, and so forth. So they try to target voters themselves who participate in election. They also try to sway public opinion and so forth. So when you add other internet disruption to this complexity, it becomes very, very, challenging. So we have, in the past also, we have witnessed internet disruptions, including shutdowns, throttling of the speed and so forth. We have seen targeted platform blocking And so overall, all these challenges actually create an environment of fear whereby citizens cannot have the opportunity to have the freedom of choice, to exercise their freedom of choice in a way that is free from coercion, manipulation, and so forth. So these are some of the issues that more or less come up during election. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So then I would like then to move to, before I come to Karen, I want to move to Tamrat. And I know that you work for the Media Council. So briefly tell us what you do in terms of, in line of myth and disinformation, including hate speech, and how is that working out for you ahead of these elections?
Thank you very much. Let me give you some information about the Ethiopian Media Council. It is a self-regulatory body. It is formed by the Ethiopian medias and Journalist Association, the government media, the private media, and the digital media also part of the Ethiopian Media Council. More than 120 members of the Ethiopian Media Council since we established the last 6 years. And the last 6th round Ethiopian election, we were working with the French embassy. We have a project which conducted a lot of training for the journalists all over the country. And more than 2,000 journalists were training regarding to the code of conduct of the election, especially the National Electoral Board has issued code of ethics for the journalists, and we have also produced our own code of ethics for the journalists, how to report election since from the inception to at the end of the election day. So we were give a lot of training for the journalists about disinformation and fake news, and also how to use it, artificial intelligence, even how to affect artificial intelligence during the election time. As you know, there is a lot of technology that can create fake news, so that how to the journalists handle such kinds of fake news and fact check based on the reality. There is a lot of problem and challenges for the journalists to check facts in Ethiopia. You know, the access to information in Ethiopia is a very low, because the government officials, they are not willing to give accurate information fastly to the journalists. Because of that, there is a chance to create a lot of fake news because of this. During the election, you know, the fake news are created not only by the digital media. You know, digital media has a leading role in such a way, but the mainstream media, the legacy media also create some of the fake news and disinformation even to the public. Then we try to check the facts based on our training for the journalists in this case. But one of the main challenge for the Ethiopian media is that, you know, that there is the legacy media, the mainstream media has faced the budget problem because of some of the television station. They don't have enough money to pay their satellite TV payment, because we have to pay the satellite television frequency in foreign currency. There is a shortage of foreign currency, so that they cannot pay. Since they cannot pay for their channels, they have off from the air, and they cannot afford to pay their journalists in this regard. So they have to change their faces to the digital media. And the digital media, you know, of course, there is some responsible digital media owners. They can produce and deliver reliable news. On the other hand, everybody, those who have smartphone, they can create their own news and deliver to the public, and it is a chance to disseminate fake news in this regard. So we try to handle such things. We are trying to establish our own fact-checking section in the council. We are struggling to establish fully operational, but we try to check the facts and give to the other medias which one is fake and which one is the reliable and the correct information.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moges, for such wonderful insight. So back to you, Karen. And I want to single out, on the one hand, as has been said by Tamrat, that citizens have a right to information and access information, and in a timely manner. But on the other hand, we are seeing the opportunities that the digital platforms are creating. Now, learning from the experiences that you have as a young person, but also coming from a country that has employed a lot of digital tools. So my question to you is, how do you relate the two in terms of the power and the agency that the digital platforms give, especially amongst the youth, and how that power can be used in a positive way without going into information disorder?
Thank you very much. As I said, my name is Karen Wambui, and I'm the communication officer of EHON. And I think what's very interesting to note before I answer is Dr. Moges was talking about how we're now moving from the traditional election observation to now data observation, where we are going through data that is being put out in the digital space. So as a young person in this space, what are some of the opportunities that I have seen? Before you look at opportunities, you also have to acknowledge that there are different forms of AI. There's the modern generative AI, and there's a traditional AI. So the traditional AI was the one that was built specifically for predefined specific tasks, such as sorting out data sets and also analyzing real-time information when it comes to voter registration and the whole process of elections. But now the generative AI usually focuses on original generated content on AI. So basically this system now addresses some of the challenges that we're having and opportunities. The creation of AI chatbots, generated systems that helps with voter registration and voter education. And on the flip side, on the negative side, it has now deepfakes, which is a form of the generative AI. So here, we're also looking at, if I may quote expansively, a system that is building on agentic AI, which is now a form that is above generative AI. So this is a system that is coming as a complete autonomous hybrid of both the modern and the traditional AI that is able to work within a specific targeted goals and objectives to monitor and give you informed without interference from humans or even thoughts, to just go through the internet, and it is able to give you what the essence of thinking within the frameworks that is there. So if we look at all that, we're seeing that right now, especially in my country, in Kenya, we have had incidents where young people have been both at the forefront in terms of creating innovative ideas to create opportunities for other people to learn on voter education and civic awareness. For instance, I don't know if you guys saw the protest that was there on Maandamano, where we were kind of, cancelling the finance bill that was put out, which was a policy, and so many people did not have information. So during that time, we saw how citizen agency was able to be churned out, and there was a chatbot that was created to kind of diversify, break down into local contextualized language and give an input on what people should know when it comes to such policies. So that is a very good example of how the generative AI was used to create space for young people and even other people in different areas to learn what the importance of policies are when it comes to elections and how it affects their day-to-day life. So now, on top of that, we also are battling the government when it comes to creating chatbots, because some of them were actually arrested, because now the government has a conflict of interest with it when it comes to, let me say, quote unquote, political interest, where we're seeing now that as much as we are using generative AI to advance, there's also the issue of profiling. It allows for you to, kind of trace back what are some of these innovations coming from, and is it creating a backlash that is creating a system that allows accountability or transparency, which is something that we're kind of struggling with, but we're also embracing on the other side. So that is a challenge on its end. So I would say that in terms of deepfakes, we do have challenges, just like we have heard from Dr. Moges and Tamrat, that, sometimes we also have targeted media, no, not even media, targeted blogger, AI-generated materials or content. It could be audio or pictures, but the most recent one was Grok, where in Twitter they were putting out that information. But we saw, I think one thing I can attest, EHON has been able to support ELOG, which was now able to create real-time and fact-checked, verified information. And most of the time we usually put out statements or we put out context documents to fact-check the information that has been put out that might be used to counter information that is not unverified, or it is being used as a means of propaganda or disinformation. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. And I like the three distinctions that have been made in terms of the traditional, what you've called the generative AI and a hybrid form of AI, and how that has been used in terms of doing good things. But so I want to come back to you and probably tell us from your own institution and what you've analyzed. So I want to link again the question about access to information, and you spoke about the issue of internet shutdowns, and you can see it happened in Uganda. It happened. I think it's sort of happened in Ethiopia before, slowed down internet. We saw what happened in Tanzania. It seems like the Eastern Horn of Africa region is slowly disintegrating into a form of digital dictatorship, where information is slowly being given as to when the government wants it. So you said that that the Ethiopian Media Council is a self-regulating entity. Initially, I thought actually it was a government body, But it seems like to me, from what you've said, this is just a formation of media houses that are trying to take care of each other and turn out good information. So do you have any concerns about the trends that we are seeing in the region? We're just coming out from Ugandan election, and you saw what happened there, and I'm sure Perry will have a time to discuss about how she was able to, mount a program in Uganda in the face of internet shutdown. So do you foresee such risks? And how then do you think it can be mitigated for Ethiopia? And then, of course, and as you say that, but also mark that statement, because you also say that you have been monitoring media for some time now, and of course you gave us the trends that you've been able to see in the country. What then, again, the same question I'm asking here, but from a monitor's point of view. This is from a regulator point of view, but from a monitor's point of view, what are some of the things you are planning to do in the event that the internet is shut down in Ethiopia? Do you foresee it happening in Ethiopia? If it happens or it's slowed down, what other options do you have to put in place? Over to you.
Okay, thank you. Regarding with the shutdown of the internet, as you know, Ethiopia has only two internet operators. The major one is the Ethio Telecom. It's more than a lot of people can use this Ethio Telecom internet line. In many times there is any cases or any conflict or any problem in the region or anywhere in the country, Ethio Telecom has to shut down the internet. Then the information cannot transfer from one place to another. So the fake news and conflict creating information there is more opportunity to transfer from one place to another. So regarding on this, the Ethiopian Media Council try to issue a statement regarding the shutdown of the internet many times, and we try to discuss with the giant operator Ethio Telecom. But sometimes when the Ethio Telecom general manager said that when we asked about why the internet shut down every time, that is cause of to disseminate fake news in different province to the Ethiopian medias. But she responds that even she doesn't know who is going to shut down that internet in Ethiopia. Because she doesn't know, of course. There is a security apparatus to control such things. So it is difficult to discuss such things. But we try to work according to the law. If the internet is disconnected, we try to verify information from personal contacts, from the government offices. And we also advise to our journalists not to report which is not verified information when we get from any other persons. So there is a lot of challenges the last 5 years, even during the election. The shutdown of the internet is reduced the participation of the voters, and they complain the candidates, but the government does not respond any about such things. But it goes everything as usual when even the internet were shut down. So we try to verify information in personal contact and different ways.
Yeah, so thank you again. Just to build on what Tamrat has said, I think right now the right to access to information or freedom of information is really the cornerstone for a democratic election. So without a free and safe digital space. It's really becoming difficult to exercise freedom of the association, assembly, which we call the civic space in general. And in this context, in the absence of a free civic space, a conducive civic space, one cannot speak of a democratic election as well. So this is very important, and it's important not just for citizens, but also for government, for political parties, for the incumbent party as well. Because all of them, contestants, competitors, are claiming that power has to come out of the ballot. And if that is the case, government has also a responsibility to make sure that information, the flow of information in the digital space should be safe, open, and transparent. So that is really important. But, sorry, in the context in which this is not the case, I mean, right now, we are in the midst of conflict, as it has been said in the morning. We are going to conduct election in the context of heightened polarization, securitization, and so forth. So one cannot preclude the possibility of internet disruptions in the upcoming election. And this has also been the case even in the past. And as you have rightly mentioned, the regional states in the Horn of Africa, in the East Africa, overall Africa, the trend is showing to continuous growth of digital authoritarianism. So there is a great, experience sharing among the regimes in that case, in that sense, that they continue to learn from each other in terms of restricting, disrupting the free flow of information. I hope this will not happen, but, and you cannot also at the same time preclude this. So in the context in which internet disruption is there, what preparations are there, what do you do? In the past, what we have done is that we have, as CARD, we have done campaigns against internet shutdowns. We have campaigned against government not to stop disrupting internet, to stop minimizing the speed or the disruption of internet as well, to keep the internet open so that people will have the mechanism or the instrument by which they can share information freely and to make informed decisions on the election as well. So we hope in the context in which there is these kinds of internet shutdowns or disruption, we might continue to do these kinds of engagements with constructive engagement, advocacy against internet shutdowns. Because it affects not just civil society, not just the voters, but also the incumbent, the government, political parties. Everyone is going to be affected. So this is one. Another, in this context, in a situation in which internet shutdown happens, we need to also have a fallback option whereby communication happens offline in a kind of, for instance, decentralized kind of communication among different actors to maintain the level of information, to share information, to access information. So this decentralized kind of communication, peer-to-peer communication networks should be encouraged and built. Maybe offline instruments, tools can be helpful, and we might even opt to use that, including SMS, which do not heavily depend on, strictly speaking, internet shutdowns and so forth. So yeah, there are different options that we need to look at into in the case where this happens. So yeah, on the part of CARD as well, we are currently trying to establish a team whereby we can also check the validity, the integrity of information that is going to be shared among citizens or among political party competitors and so forth. So we are trying to build a fact-checking team to support our monitoring, social media monitoring on election. Right now we are starting a platform called iVerify, and we are going to use that towards educating the general public as well, so that they stay alert to fake information or to help them identify what is fake from what is real, and also to give them more information to make decision, you know, based on a rational kind of, or they should not really make to a rash kind of decision. Instead, they have to try to, make decisions based on valid, real information. So this is these are some of the issues or the preparations that we are doing at CARD. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moges, for such wonderful insights as far as CARD is concerned. So, Karen, again, back to you. You are seeing, again, I'm just asking this from a youth perspective, that it seems to me that the mode of engagement of the youth is within the digital spaces. And a number of trends, a number of researches that have been done indicate that the youth who are the big users of digital trends are also the people who are spreading, perpetrating fake news, myth and disinformation. So tell me then, in terms of responsibility, so the burden of responsibility, if you're going to be using a platform to advocate, to demand and ask for what you deserve within the guidelines of the law, so then do we say that the government is justified because the government serves the people? So the government can argue and say, well, the amount of misinformation, disinformation, and deep fakes that we see, especially within the electoral landscape, is going against the fundamental right to information. So we shall shut the internet. So then, of course, I'm wondering, therefore, from a youth perspective, what you have to say about it.
That's a very interesting and long question. So, from a youth perspective, I do understand that in as much as we are the active social digital rights agents, in some cases we can actually be found as perpetrators, but not in most. And if I may be allowed to be biased, I do tend to think in some cases when people are being biased, it is a means or a way to kind of check the government, because they've seen that the systems that they have are not responsive in a way that it allows inclusive feedback loops. I think one of the biggest things we were talking in the sessions before is how feedback also has, a direct correlation to how the citizens act and respond to the government. Yeah, so as an organization and as a young person working in EHON, some of the ways that I can genuinely say we have been able to create some sort of capacity building and on-ground systems is by partnership. which is what we were talking about in the beginning, partnership and collaborative efforts, where we're reaching out to youth organizations that are having discussions either online or offline. May it be, formal setups or informal setups where people are just in the park. We are infiltrating those spaces and also partnering with the members within the organization to help churn out information in youth-friendly ways, where we are able to explain what are some of the effects of using the digital tools negatively, and what are some of the opportunities that we can maximize on. So I think this is something that I will say as an organization we have done, like localizing information through the use of collaborative efforts. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. So then we move to so before I come to the plenary, so as I asked the last set of guiding questions, one of the things I'll be expecting from you, the audience, is that we have, of course, we have Ethiopia in the room, we have Kenya in the room, we have Uganda in the room, we have Zimbabwe in the room. So please, as I'm going to single those countries to be able to, because I know that, like I've said, Uganda, of course, shut down the internet. Kenya hasn't shut down the internet yet. I don't know if they're testing the waters, but the reason that Uganda gave us last time was, I found it very weird for the internet shutdown. But I'm going to come back to those countries I've mentioned in terms of how, as a way forward, because we recognize that the world is heavily digital, and that this is an opportunity for us to do many good things. So what should be our response as civil society organizations on the one hand, but also as citizens that use these platforms? Because like I've said, a government will tell you that information war is critical, it's a bad thing, citizens will make bad choices, so maybe I should actually shut down the internet. I'm justified. Because then if I allow my people to consume bad information, then it is not information integrity I'm talking about. So leaders will be elected based on lies. So perhaps shutting down the internet would be a form of protecting citizens from hearing and consuming bad data. So we have digital dictatorship, but also in terms of the platforms themselves, in terms of the burden to address misinformation. So please, I'm just giving you a hint as part of our plenary contribution. But just the last question then to our colleagues, Moges here from CAD. Do you, again, because you work in Ethiopia, I wanted to ask, for the purpose of those who don't come, who are not Ethiopians here, what is the internet penetration in this country? And how do you address the digital divide? Because based on other areas that don't have internet penetration, how does information reach out to them in a timely fashion?
Thank you. Yeah, that was one of the point that I wanted to raise as well. I don't have exactly the percentage, but I know for a fact that penetration level in Ethiopia is very low. Again, internet penetration is very low, and that even there is an unevenness among the consumers of the information or access. So I think in terms of unevenness, I mean, in the countryside, in the regions, in the rural areas, not many people really follow like the digital platforms, X or WhatsApp or Facebook, not many people in the countryside really are active users of these platforms. So for them, this information disorder using these platforms may not be an issue in that case, because at the end of the day, they don't utilize that much. I think this is an issue, a problem, mostly for urban centers, urban areas, where penetration level is also high, and the users are also, relatively speaking, higher in terms of numbers. So this is the case. And then again, even among urbanites, there is unevenness among the users as well. So the youth are more active users of the internet, while the other sections of society do not really that much use these platforms. So we should not think of like, we should not also exaggerate the effect of digital risks because Ethiopia is not really that connected. I believe it lags behind Kenya in terms of connectivity and access to, so even in terms of infrastructure, Tamrat was saying there are only 2 internet service providers, and one is a state service provider, which is almost monopolistic, used to be, and now joined by the Kenyan service provider, Safaricom. So not that really connected, and the impact should not be overestimated. But still it is important because it affects the quality of information that is going to be shared, the quality of information that is used to make decisions are obviously be affected by the nature of discourse, discussion that circulates using this social media. And then the mainstream media. I believe most people, the voting or the voters in the countryside, in the rural areas, more often depend on the mainstream media, maybe television, and to the large extent radio is the predominant form of mode of communication. So I think we can make use of these modes of communication to overcome the impacts of disinformation or information disorder that circulates in the social media by giving a balanced, real, and fact-checked information on the mainstream media. So yeah, this is what I want to say. Thank you.
Dr. Roges, Tamrat, do you want to comment? Yes.
You know, the internet penetration in Ethiopia is very low. As according to the Ethio Telecom recently issued that only 86 million people has a mobile device, and the customer of Ethio Telecom, 86 million. But out of this, only 21% of a customer has internet access in the country, which is less than 30 million people. You know, 120 million people population in Ethiopia. And that of the access of the internet penetration in the out of the cities, it's very low. And almost the 4G internet access out of Addis Ababa, it is very low. So though they have the mobile device, they cannot access the internet. So they cannot get information and send information in this plan.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll come back to the panel. Olka, did you want to add something, Karen? All right. So I'm going to come back to the panel for their final summary action point. So now I'm looking forward to you guys who have been participating by listening and by thinking. So like I've said, we have countries represented, and remember we said peer learning. So the team has told us some of the critical areas of concern, the patterns that we have observed in these countries, some of the loopholes, whether with the users or perpetrators. So like I said, I want to come back to these countries. I've said Kenya, Uganda, Zimbabwe, as well as other countries that are here, to share with us some of, and please look towards a way forward. Because we are seeing a trend of internet shutdowns. And for the person who will be speaking for Kenya, because you have elections next year, also let us know if you predict an internet shutdown in Kenya. Because we had a test of it sometimes in 2024. Isn't it, Kinywa? So when they slowed down the internet. So even as you tell, I know for sure we are aware of what happened in Uganda. So we won't ask whether that happened. But we're asking then, how did Uganda navigate such a terrain? And what is your advice as some of the lessons you've learned to work in such kind of restricted environment? Over to you, Perry and Henry from Uganda. Okay. Henry is around.
He's around, don't worry.
Why do you push it? So I was expecting to add on what Perry has said. So it's not huh? So it's not the best place to be in, because in 2021, when the internet was shut down, that took us by surprise. I remember I was with Perry in the same place. We were running around like headless chicken, because we had an army of observers, short-term observers on the ground that were struggling to get information to us. I remember what we did then. We went analog and got everyone to start calling physically, wherever the observers were. And we were able to piece together something. Perry was the drafter of the statements. And by 1 o'clock, we were able to put up a statement that earned us a ransacking and being arrested and detained, because the regime had thought that we have them. And then suddenly we put out a report and they're asking, how did they manage to do this? Yeah, but so you do that. But you see, the learning is what I talked about last time, is that increasingly a lot of governments have learned that it works, because many of them don't want to do the bad thing, the bad manners they are doing to be seen by the rest of the world, and so they degrade. Even when they don't turn it off, they degrade it. So it seems like you have internet, but you don't. And so going forward, as we get into elections like these, we should already plan how do we navigate circumstances like these. I'm sure the Gen Z, the young people already have ways out of these. There is a time we had thought we would go down the path of Starlink. So many of us, got Starlink. My organization is one of them. We thought we had, circumvented the wisdom of the regime, only for the regime to be a step ahead of us. So they were able to write to Elon Musk and say, turn this off now. So that was rendered lame ducks. But I think there are many ways you can do this. That's all I can say. Perry, you can.
Interestingly, there's a time when we used to observe elections without the internet. I think we just need to go back and relearn. What did we do? I remember the first election I observed. The observers were actually sending the forms through fax machines, because there was only one form we wanted. That was the only way, because there was no social media. In 2000, I think that was my first election. It was a referendum, actually. Then 2001 was an election. And there was no internet. So they had to fax these machines. At times, they would put them on the buses, because there was a form we needed. And remember, that time we even used to do PVT. the parallel vote tabulation, and you needed those forms to be able to do that. So at times, I think we forget where we came from, and we are so into the internet that we forget there are things that work, because we were able to actually release PVT results without the internet. People would put their forms on the bus, and they would be picked from some place and entered in by the data entrant, and you'd have the results. So that was the analog. Now, I don't know, I recall that in 2021, some of the observers were now using SMS because there was information that we would want before a certain time. They're just using the button phone to say this is actually what is going on in the areas where they were. So for countries like ours where you know it will be shut down, it's just important to learn, is there any other method that other countries are using which is not the analog but which can enable them to get the information? Thank you.
And for Zimbabwe, internet shutdowns were in 2019 and 2016. They were state-ordered disruptions targeting social media, and it was mainly during the protests and the political unrest. Most of the service providers complied, but what happened is that some businesses went to court and it was deemed illegal. But what we see during elections is slowing down of internet. So most of us who are observing elections, we had satellite phones, like back in 2008. Then the use of dump phones. I don't know if anyone has got a dump phone. No, that smallest phone. No, the smallest phone which you use. Nokia, something like that. But there is still even now Samsung, the tiniest one, which we don't use internet. Oh. Yeah, even for me, during election time, I might switch off these Android phones, but that one, it works everywhere you go. It can be traced. So that's what observers use, and also the supervisors, you need to have that phone. Wherever you are, you can't be traceable with that one, unlike Android phones. And when internet goes, you can still communicate and call the supervisors. Then we also do have mobile teams. Mobile supervisors, like, who hire vehicles for each constituency. The reason is because now they go to visit, collect results, collect also door-to-door reports if things go wrong. And I think those are the four: satellite phone, the VPN. Okay, the VPN is a new thing, but when it is completely shut down, sometimes the VPN doesn't work. So you need sometimes to have strong VPN, but every observer should at least have VPN. But the dumb phone assists even to send SMS. SMS even now, very few of us use it as compared to WhatsApp. So even on election day, I find that most targeted one is WhatsApp, social media, but the SMS is continuously working. No one cares. So that has been an easy way for observers to send reports. And they don't send reports physically or maybe too much detail. It's just simple things, A, B, yes or no. So you need to have codes, not necessarily to have big paragraphs or to scan the whole report or form and transmit it. The reports can be collected later after the election. But when you design your form in such a way that it just sends codes, it's used to communicate, it doesn't disrupt the work of observer groups.
Thank you very much. Mule? Yeah, I was asking in terms of do you have, again, just learning from the trends in the region, do you foresee, and given the present political and electoral environment in Kenya, do you foresee a scenario where we might face internet shutdown or slowed internet alongside other things that you may want to comment on?
They call it throttling. It is throttled. It is not slowed down. It passes through a very narrow throttle. Basically just slowing it so that it is not effective. I think those scenarios will exist in Kenya. The playbook about control of elections is not just where we have advanced technology or law. I think it's everywhere. Even in the US, they still do the same thing. So that's a possible scenario. I don't think it's going to be a complete shutdown, but I think it will be, in any case, we expect the flow of data, a lot of data around elections, usually a lot of data which is being streamed. So when you just throttle it a little bit, that is nearly as effective as if you had shut down the process. But I wanted to speak to the alternatives that even Rindai has talked to in terms of what people need to think through. Those dump phones is basically, it is what in Kenya we call the katululus, those, the very old phones which were just using SMSs alone. And therefore not part of the network. And that is a very simple tool which can be able to be deployed, and observers have been known to revert to that mode if they just want to collect information. And as Perry said, again, it does not take away the other options, the other fallback positions that observers can still collect their physical forms through their networks, through their systems, and be able to store them. So depending on the context, depending on the framework that has been established by observers, I'm very sure when Abera sits and looks at these 5,000 observers, he can be able to come up with a fallback position should there be a problem of getting the information. And whether that takes a number of days or is delayed, I think it will not matter so long as they can be able to get the information to their central depository where they can be able to do the analysis moving forward. So they are always, and the VPNs, these are too complicated. The private networks, virtual private networks, they're too complicated. One of the things that I keep saying, and I hope we can be able to go there, I know people like Karen, the ones who are thinking about the new age technologies, they will be thinking digital makes things easier. What is most important is that elections are accessible to the people. And the more we deal with the context of a country, if that country does not have the necessary technology to be able to ensure there is digital efficiency, then the other systems still work. Like I keep giving an example of Gambia, where I say the Gambians decided to use marbles rather than use ballot papers. And that's a very good continuing example. They still use marbles up to today. I don't think they have changed. So rather than they use ballot papers, they use a marble. And because the system, they have learned over the years that this Exactly. But you see, there is of course everything is context. As Perry said yesterday, context is key. Everything is key. The context is key. But if the Gambians feel happy about their marbles, leave them to their marbles. If the Ethiopians believe there's a system which works for them and it works for them, then allow them to be. So we should not have. We can learn from each other, but we don't have to replace. Copy and paste what the Kenyans are doing, and then paste it to Uganda, or Uganda to paste to Khartoum. I don't think we need to do that. We just need to look at what context works. What is the best way to get information from your observers, from the polling stations, from the election commission to the people? That is what matters.
Before I go back also, I wanted to give the context of the Kenyan situation right now. The Communication Authority has introduced specifics of how the phones that are going to be produced in Kenya are supposed to be looking like. So moving forward now, Kenya, you cannot have any other phone that cannot have the Type-C adapter to charge. Anything lower than that should not be allowed to be imported in Kenya or be made in Kenya. They are talking about environmental issues, but looking at the time they are introducing it towards 2027, it might be something to make sure that the androids that are going to be available are androids that can be able to be tracked, androids that can be able to be controlled. So as much as you think about these regulations that are coming in too late in the day, ask yourself questions, why are they being introduced now?
That seems like it goes against what Rinda was talking about, the fallback position in these dumb phones, because if a regime is concerned, it just takes 1 minute and then they pass. These all the phones you're talking about. Yeah. Environmental issues. Yeah. Oh, yes, please, over to you.
Okay, thank you.
Even our country. Over to you, please.
Rinda is obsessed with the damn phones, so that is why.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My name is Isaac from CECOE. Before sharing our experience, I have a question for the panelists regarding on the misinformation and disinformation. So nowadays, everyone is a content creator. If you travel from this hotel to Bole Bras, you will see this Gen Z generation filming for TikTok. So we can't stop this trend, but they might transmit this false information and disinformation for their audience. So I don't know, but what is the way out for this trend? So in order to share our experience, we are using SMS to collect observer information from the ground. So it will not, whether the internet is shut down or not, it will not affect our operation. You know, this SMS reporting. So the question and the answers are coded, so we will receive this information from the ground using the SMS. So it will not affect our operation.
Okay. Beside, so if maybe like 2 more questions, then we wind up. Though he's asked a question. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Nawal Abubakar. I have one question for the panelists, especially for the Dr. Mogas and Tamrat. You were mentioning that the internet penetration in Ethiopia is only 26-27%. It said like 30 million people among Ethiopian mobile users are using internet. But when we see how the information is spreading in its speed, for example, one person with one information can spread the information from minimum 3 and maximum 13 people. So if we divide it by each and every people who have information and disseminated it, spreading in this speed, can we really just say just because the penetration, internet penetration in Ethiopia is low and the information dissemination as well is low? Can we really say that? And also, we have experience when there is security issue in the country, the first thing the government will do is shutting the internet. I think it's because it is very clear that the internet has a very big power on the dissemination of the information, and whatever the information may be dis and misinformation. So do you really think that just the number indicate the power or the impact of internet regarding the information dissemination? And I wanted to add one point. I see when the internet shut down, Tamrat was mentioning that even the council, the media authority, and the stakeholders engage to push the government to open up the internet. But can we think of like a legal framework or a code when this situation happened in any nation, to guide the media and the government to decide on what to do, and what if the internet is shut down, what access of information should be open, and to whom should be open. It might be the credible information sources might have access for example, for SMS, or embedded internet connection. So this might be one solution. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I don't see any hand up. Oh, yeah, there's one there.
Thank you. Only one question for digital media for Dr. Mogos. Here in our Ethiopia, in our country, most of the population data is more overused, maybe about 60, more than 60%. So probably the use of this using technology might affect such new emerging use as of my concern. As card, maybe using the digital technology for good. So what is your initiatives? Because as far as, unless we do not work on such, the emerging use, especially using technology for good, it might be more risk to use for bad, or that negatively affects that we may not control in the future. So is there any of your initiative that you are working so far as a promising initiative you have? Maybe linking with of election. Now the government of Ethiopia has adopted this using election through technology. So maybe most of the Ethiopian youth, as to my guess, are living in rural areas. I concern they may not access to such, a digital or a smartphone, or how to use to this digital election even. So even do you think that it works even, or is it has value add to this election process really, or what is your concern maybe in this regard? Thank you.
A comment, then I sit down. I think from my Ethiopian counterparts that are also preparing for elections, that have said they have SMS and they are not worried about anything happening. Just a word of caution. I think what Rindai has said is very important. Have a plan B, whereby you can have paper in case you don't get those SMSs coming through. Paper trail is always good, because you assume that somebody said here, using the data that we have, there is a monopoly when it comes to telecommunication, and the other one is Safaricom that has not gone very deep. So in case they want to control, they know where the switch is. So even the SMS can be switched off. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I want to come back to the panel. So I will start from, you take up the questions that are relevant to yourselves. So you answer the question, and also you also give your parting shot. You answer and you give your parting shot. So I'll start with you, Doctor.
Thank you. I think two questions, two are forwarded for me. No, I'm not generalizing, by the way. Despite the fact that internet penetration is low, and also the number of people using, the digital platform are not many as compared to the general population, the size of the population. Yes, you have rightly mentioned that the effect is very strong. Information travels very fast in this platform, and especially harmful contents, especially those emotionally charged contents can travel very fast and can damage. Yeah, so that I understand. But we need also to be, I mean, balanced in the sense that we should not be biased towards the urban use technology-friendly people alone. I mean, the majority of voters in Ethiopia are in the countryside. Still, more than 80% of the population live in the countryside. So these modern communication platforms, even though I will not totally say they do not use it, but they use it very, I mean, very marginally, so minimum. So that is just what I wanted to mention. Otherwise, the impact is, yes, that is very severe impact. And that's why also you have rightly mentioned, whenever something happens, government jumps on the to shut down or to throttle, to disrupt the pace of internet connectivity. So that is really what I wanted to say. Otherwise, that is true. What you have said is really true. On the other hand, I just wanted to acknowledge his concern as well. I mean, not many people, not many youth in the countryside are really connected in this platform, in this modern digital platform. And even if they have this smartphone, I don't think most of them are also capacitated enough to utilize them in a responsible manner in that regard. So yes, it is important. Right now we are testing the 7th general election. Part of the voter registration is being done virtual, online. If it goes to, for instance, if all the voter registration happens virtual, if voting happens virtually, then we need to transform our approach as well to empower the youth, especially those who do not have access to this modern communication platform, smartphones and others. We need to empower them so that they protect themselves from the unintended harms that come to them, as well as unintentionally harming other people. So yes, on the part of CARD, we are always working with the youth. We have been working with the youth. We, over the past 3-4 years, we have continuous capacity building trainings for the youth, for journalists, human rights defenders, content creators, and so forth, mainly focusing on digital rights, how they can really protect themselves from the digital threats, what are the digital threats that we are facing today, and who are the actors posing. We have even done studies on that, and based on that study, we are doing capacity building support. And so we are way off in terms of reaching out the ideal number and size of the youth, but still we are working towards that. We want to empower the youth so that they can really at least defend themselves, and at best they will not also contribute to societal harm, to election, disruption of election integrity and so forth. So yeah, this is what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Karen?
Thank you. So I want to focus on the TikTok question. So I think one of the biggest things that I like about social media is, in as much as it has its own dangers, it also has its own complementary effect. So if we look at how you said, we are seeing a lot of young people hop on content creation and just basically creating information that is either dis or information that is appropriate for the audience. So in the case of disinformation, I would say that one of the best ways that you can counter that especially from an organization and even sometimes from an individual point, is to hope on trends and use them as a means of educating and debunking so that you can teach people using that specific trends on the effects or the need as to why what you're saying is important. So a good case example is right now in Kenya, we are trying to rally up people to vote when it comes to voter registration. Before we do the mass voter registration for now, in preparation for the 2027 election. So we have this trend that is called Tukokadi, where basically the Gen Zs are, trying to encourage other young people to vote, to register as voters, and not only register, but ensure that it's verified. So as an organization, what we have done is we have also tried to hop onto the trend and provide complementary information, as well as also find ways to get information that can feed in to the final feedback that we will have with the Election Board of Kenya. And then the other thing is also using existing trends such as songs sometimes, which is something that we currently want to do. We want to use that as a platform to join in trends now that we are also learned when it comes to election content and matters, to educate in a light and humorous way. Sometimes I tend to think that that is the best, and that is the way that most people understand what you're trying to do. Yeah, and as I wrap up, just to continue on the discussion that was here, I think one thing that we need to consider, since this is a peer learning platform in the AHEAD project, is we need to talk about how we can facilitate the creation of autonomous system even when we have these shutdowns. I tend to believe that the internet shutdowns create resilience when it comes to the space that we are working on, because we say that democratic election processes is like a continuous process where we are constantly learning and evolving. So maybe we should consider how we can come together and create collaborative efforts where, for example, if we have internet shutdowns, is it possible to have an overhaul ESR, election situation room in Kenya, where we are having free flow of information and data without limitation in an offline way where we are not bound, using the throttle neck, as it was said, measures that have been put by our governments. So maybe that is something that we should look into, on how this platform will create a collaborative effort between Ethiopia and Kenya. And then finally, digital tools are a complement when it comes to the working processes of the election. So I believe that we should specifically target our digital outreach to specific groups. If we feel like young people are the ones who are going to understand that, do that. If we feel like maybe old people understand through radio activities, do that. Instead of creating, I would say, ideologies around how tech is going to be bad, I would want to kind of urge us to focus on the complementary effect. I tend to believe tech can bring out the best out of elections. Thank you.
Yeah, the question that raised from my colleague about fake news, that the digital media actors, there is most of the users, they have to use this smartphone, and they have to create they have to create the digital media actors their own content everywhere. When you go to the city, They can create and record and deliver the information. Yes, indeed. But there is a law in Ethiopia. There is the fake news and hate speech law. Any person who has more than 5,000 followers and he transmits a fake news or hate speech, he is accountable for that. And there is a lot of users to take to arrest by the police. So they have to responsible what they have to record and transmit to the public. Although they are not a media houses, like they are working by privately. So this is responsible. Everybody can the right to hold information and transmit. This is a constitutional right for anybody in Ethiopia. But he has to responsible what he record and transmit to the other people. So they have to, there is a law to consider such things. The other thing that I mentioned last time about the internet penetration in Ethiopia, you know, we have a monopolized internet operator or provider, you know, Ethio Telecom. Not only Ethio Telecom, we don't believe the government data most of the time that they raise. You know, 86 million people, they have a customer for the Ethio Telecom, which means we don't believe that, because most of us, we have 2 telephone lines. Somebody have 3 telephone lines. So, and most of them, they just take it to the telephone line and leave it. They don't working. But they have to count it, and 86 million customers, they said. The same is true. 21% of Ethiopian has internet penetration, they said. How can we believe them? You know, 30 million people is a very a lot. You see? Even this 30 million people is, when you are comparing for other Africa countries, is the total population of 1 or 2, 5 Africa countries, you see? So let me give you one example. When people, they don't have access for the internet penetration in Ethiopia. You know, there is YouTubers, we know the very known YouTubers in Ethiopia, CEHRO, the comedian. He has Donkey Tube. He has a million followers. And when he go to in this the city, people they know him, and they want to take a picture with him. They admire him. And one day he went to outside Addis Ababa, not far away from. It's 200 kilometers around from Addis Ababa. No one to know him. He just recorded that things. Not only that, what he did, he just recorded and make it a research for that. You know, in Ethiopia, the political figures, the conflict that created in Ethiopia is based especially by the political figures in Ethiopia. We know that. There is not more than 20 or 30 or 50 political figures that create things, and every day they are dialogue and talking too much in the internet. He just went to that countrysides. He just shows them, the people, that area. Do you know this guy? They don't know. Do you know this guy? All the political figures, they don't know. Even the prime minister. They know only the prime minister by his name. Why? Because they listen to the news. They don't know him, his picture. So how can they use the internet and how come? Therefore, the internet penetration in Ethiopia has not, as the government said, 21%. And they don't use it. This is the main problem. Why the information, the misinformation are very fastly goes people to people. You know, in Ethiopia we have a culture. We are speaking, where we are talking rather than to reading anything and verify. You just deliver information with another person without any verification. That is the main problem. The other question that you mentioned, that when the internet is shut down, what can we do as a media council or other civic organization? We can't do anything. You know what our culture is, that if the electricity is, as we have an agreement with the Ethiopia Electric Authority, and he disconnect without any notice, we can't ask him. We are just sit down and waiting when he just on. This is our culture. And we are shut. We are very happy. We are excited when the light is come. We don't ask the Ethiopian Ethic Authority. The same is true. When the internet is shut down, we are just being silent and waiting. But some of the organizations, they can issue paper, the press release or things like that, 3-4 days, and then final, he will release it, the internet. This is the problem in Ethiopia.
Thank you very much. So we come to the conclusion of this panel, and I want to just summarize some of the key issues that we have been able to discuss as a way forward in terms of strategies, in terms of ways of addressing the problem. So we recognize the problem. It is not unique in Ethiopia or Uganda or Tanzania, Zimbabwe. I mean, all the countries have shared the experience. So we know the problem, we know the symptoms. And so some of the things we have just discussed as a part of a strategy is investing in early warning, early signs. And therefore, if we can invest in early warning, early signs framework, and then based on that, be able to develop strategies on how to counter possible information gaps. The second thing that we've been able to highlight as a strategy is alternative, or what would you call the old ways of doing things. So whether that in terms of the phones that Rinda was talking about, whether we go back to the bus that Perry was talking about, waiting for those heavy papers and having people manually have them. These are things that we may eventually reconsider. You see, learning and relearning, to use Perry's word. So that is something we may want to consider. The third thing is on, again, this comes from this principle that for every right, there's a corresponding obligation. So you don't want to be enjoying the right to information when you don't want to be responsible for the use of that information. And so it is important that even as users, we know that for every right, there's a corresponding obligation. And based on that principle, a number of things arise as a strategy. That, of course, in terms of creating platforms of debunking and fact-checking is important as a way forward. How do we invest in such platforms? So then the government sees that even the civil societies are helping in the information war, in terms of building the capacities of our people, either the users themselves or the platforms themselves to be the purveyors of good information. And of course, lastly, investing very heavily on strategic partnership and collaborations, whether regional in terms of AFIONET or EHON, but also within national platforms. How do we connect with one another? That is important for us to move forward. In fact, that's why you talk about the issue of virtual situation room, how we can link up with other networks across the globe. And of course, part of the issue around instruments that regulate social media and other platforms, where they don't exist, then they are legislated. Where they exist, they are applied and perpetrators brought to book. So I would like then you guys to join me in thanking this wonderful panel and hand over back to the moderator.
Thank you very much. Before you go, I want to request, we stand here, we have a photo. And as they take the photo, the next session, the team that is doing the plenary actionable ways forward, prepare yourself, you're the next on stage. So after we are done with the photo, the next group is coming on the stage. Smile, guys. Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. Daisy and your team, who is coming? So the following session, we are going to be doing plenary. We want to get summary of outcomes and commitments to future coordination and collaboration. And in this team, we had a technical team that was helping us to do this. We had CECOE, CEHRO, and EHON, who are collaborating in capturing the highlights. And I believe they have a presenter who is going to give us the highlights. So,
thank you. Okay, my name is Yuel Zalalam from CECOE. I'm a program manager there. I will be presenting a brief summary of the first panel, which was on the general electoral preparedness. That was presented by panelists from CECOE, the Coalition of Ethiopian Civil Society Organizations for Election, which was represented by Ato Aberra Hailemariam, the Executive Director. Also, the session was moderated by CEHRO, the Coalition of Ethiopian Civil Human Rights Organization. Ato Masood was moderating it, so other speakers were also in attendance. So the key outcomes, I'll be summarizing the main issues that were raised. First, important strides or achievements have been made in institutional preparedness. So CECOE, as a coalition of civil societies, has noted that it has recruited long-term observers, 590 long-term observers, which were trained and deployed and are observing the candidate registration and the voter registration process, as well as the overall electoral environment in the pre-election period. Additionally, CECOE is currently recruiting and will deploy short-term observers, 5,000 short-term observers, by mobilizing its member organizations. Another important point that was made was by the Ethiopian Political Parties Joint Council, which was represented by its deputy chairperson, Dr. Abdul Kader Adam. So the council, as a council of 63 political parties, has been making different efforts to engage in political party dialogue, negotiation, in order to engage them in the electoral process. The council has noted that the political party debates and the digitalization of the electoral process, mainly carried out by NEBE, as an important factor. So the debates and the digitalization of the voter registration, the candidate registration, has been notable. As a challenge, it was raised that the delay of the national dialogue, which is currently underway, is a problem. So the national dialogue was expected to have an outcome of on the electoral system, but it was delayed. That delay, unfortunately, could not have been materialized for this general election that was mentioned. Another issue that was raised as the securitization of the political space as a result of the ongoing conflicts. So the securitization has led to serious impediments on the civic space, from the right to association to the conduct of political activities in the country. Sorry. Yes, I will. So that's the conflict-related challenge that's been affecting the operations of the National Election Board, as well as civil society and the general civic space. So in order to mitigate this challenge that have been faced, there were different outcomes that were mentioned. Particularly, the first one is related to the need to have a synergized operation between civil societies, government, security agencies, and other electoral stakeholders, including the NEBE, the National Election Board of Ethiopia. This will allow political parties to actively participate, civil societies to recruit and deploy their observers. Another point that was mentioned is about the digitalization, the hybrid challenge that was raised by a representative from the EHORN. Hybridization, hybrid challenge in terms of disinformation, fake news. These are the challenges that are being faced for Ethiopia for the 7th general election, and all stakeholders should put their hands together in order to avoid this challenge by making information readily available and creating means where they can counter such problems. The panel also highlighted delays and the persistent security risks which were contested. The green, red and yellow flagging mechanisms used by Navy have been contested by political parties, some of them contesting those areas that have been labeled as yellow or green should have been red. So this is another challenge. This hybrid threats, I have mentioned them. Fourth is the regional experience, particularly from Kenya. It emphasized the importance of complementarity between civil society and political parties and ensuring accessibility and inclusivity of elections. So it was mentioned that Ethiopia's electoral system, particularly from the majoritarian system of voting, is impacting the inclusivity of the election. Unfortunately, it could not be achieved during this election, but panelists and also stakeholders mentioned that it's expected that the electoral system will be modified, adjusted to ensure participation of not only winner's voice, but also the other political interests as well. Commitments for future coordination and collaboration. As I've mentioned, strengthening coordination between different stakeholders is important. Promoting inclusive and demand-driven engagement should be the focus of civil society and other electoral stakeholders. It should not be supply-sided. So the focus should be on making information access for citizens to be ready rather than making it supply-side intervention. Enhancing joint efforts in voter education and mobilization to improve voter turnout while safeguarding that electoral participation is voluntary is another point that was stressed. So there were mentions of instances where the voter registration is being carried out involuntarily or forcefully. So while voter education and the need to enhance voter participation is important, it should also be voluntary participation. Information sharing and dialogue on security risks, electoral integrity, and emerging technology-related challenges is important. This is another point that was raised. So information exchange between different stakeholders through establishing election situation rooms and at the civil society level, at neighbor level, and across the security apparatus will help the gaps. Peace building and the protection of civic space, it should be a collective responsibility of all stakeholders. And most important,
of the third panel, which moved to the second panel. So the panel was on preventing electoral violence, then analyzing what the drivers of violence are, and what is the role of security agencies in conflict prevention. So we had two panelists. There was Dr. Tamerat Mulageta, I hope I'm pronouncing it well, from the Ethiopian Federal Police, and then there was Perry. We must say a very big thank you to Dr. Tameret for making time to come. He had actually another engagement, so he sent his deputy there, and he made time to come and have this discussion with us. So I'd start by saying that globally, conflict is a big issue. I think right now we have more than 60 ongoing conflicts. We have 10 in Africa, and 4 of those are in Eastern Horn of Africa. So I think the panel did an amazing job in sharing the experiences from Uganda and also from Ethiopia. So I'll just dive into the discussions. So we had great insights from Perry, who shared the Ugandan experience, where she actually humanized the side of electoral violence, where she told us the story of that child who actually got up a stray bullet, and even the women who got caught up in the melee. They are not even like they are not political people, but they ended up being, catching the fallout of electoral violence. So giving electoral violence a human face helps us to have that urgency to want to find solutions so that we can have peaceful elections. So she said that one of the issues that actually drives electoral violence is when elections are very high stakes. There's a very high likelihood of having electoral violence. And in the context of Uganda, she actually said that this is compounded by how heavily involved the military is and even the police is in the electoral process. So there's like a very huge deployment during campaigns, even during voter registration. So people are always very worried, very scared during the election period. And then she also said that a big challenge is when there's actually lack of accountability. So you find there's a culture of impunity that has already been inbred in security agencies. They already got away with misconduct in the previous election cycles. Nothing was done to them. So they have that culture of impunity of constantly perpetuating electoral violence. Then she spoke on the role of social media. We find increasingly that words are jumping out of the internet and actually becoming fueling electoral violence. Although with Ethiopia we see that there's essentially a lower internet penetration, and maybe it might not be as a huge concern, but I think it's an emerging area that can be monitored. Then I'll just jump into what Dr. Tameret shared with us. So he gave us the approach that the federal police, in collaboration with NEBE, has had with regard to mitigating electoral violence in Ethiopia. I spoke about the color-coded system, which UL has already spoken about. But from what I understood is you have your green areas, which are essentially peaceful areas, where you're able to have elections, so they are good to go. We have your yellow areas, which are areas of concern, but they could go either way. They could potentially be green, or they could potentially be red. Then we have the red areas, which are essentially unfit for voting. So there was actually a very interesting question that was raised by Franklin. I think he's already left. The NDI country director, on how essentially the timelines of these areas that are color-coded. So how do you communicate back to NEBE so that you know that yellow zone is perhaps green, so that you're able to print things like time-sensitive ballot papers and be able to deploy and allow people to actually vote. Yeah, so he also spoke about how also he spoke about a training. He told us that they do not have like a specialized, what did he call it? A specialized elections security force, but he said that they actually do training with NEBE at TOT. They train the senior officials who then now go down and train the security personnel across the federal and the regional areas, which I felt was a good point. And then there's also a coordination between the security forces at the federal, regional, and the city police. So they form a coordinated structure that actually monitors the pre-election, election, and actually post-election period. So with regard to, so in further explanation, so he also spoke about the color-coded So the color coded is actually based on an assessment report. So the reports come down from the regional and federal agencies which collect peace and security reports at the constituency levels. Then these are reviewed, and then there's also involvement by political parties, CSOs, and even the local, I think they're called mayors. And then now based on this, NEBE is able to propose which kind of security agency is deployed. And then he also spoke that they have different approaches during the pre-election, post-election, and E-Day. So pre-election essentially focuses on prevention of conflict, monitoring, and looking at early warning signs. And then we have E-Day and post-election, which are essentially de-escalation. They have a de-escalation approach with regard to that. So, okay, for me, what really resonated with me is the need rather to have multi-sectoral approach. This actually came from the audience so that you're able to work. I think it's already been mentioned in this presentation, but it's something, there's nothing wrong with re-emphasizing it, that we need to have a multi-sectoral approach, because at the end of the day, elections belong to the people. Violence affects me, it affects you, it affects your mother, it affects your child. So at the end of the day, it's not something that we are going to leave it to the police or only the army. It's something that is coordinated. And I loved what Perry said, how important it is to actually build trust with people. She spoke about how the liaison police are actually part of the community, so people are able to call and report violence. And then she spoke about we should be able to have a structure that is very responsive, respond quickly, people are able to share more information with you, and you're able to actually de-escalate violence very quickly. In terms of way forward, I'll just resonate again. Dialogue is very important. It's actually been tested and proven. Rwanda is a very good case in point. You know, they went from being a war-torn country, and they have emerged as a leading regional economic power. I have hope for Ethiopia. I know that the dialogue for 2022, it's not yet complete for various reasons, but I believe it is the right way to go. Speaking about your issues, talking to multiple stakeholders is the way to find out what is the problem and what is the solution, and also, you know, holding people accountable and having them keep commitments. Finally, on how in terms of like data on how this, the fact that we don't have, the fact that we have election conflict, yes, we do have 9 million people who are registered right now. We have the 600,000 who have registered using the new digital registration. But we cannot forget that we have more than 6,400 polling stations who are in like the red or unfit zones. So I think it's very important to build mechanisms to allow these people to actually participate in the elections. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good afternoon again. This is Nawal Abubakar from CECOE. I will make my presentation very brief because the one I am presenting about is the last session we had previously. So living in this time, talking about election which requires citizen need information to decide who they want to vote, and working for the citizens to empower them to decide on their own life, and not talking about information and everything about digital is not possible. So the last session, which was held on addressing risks from AI, deepfakes, and internet disruption, was held. And it was joined by Tamrat Hailu, Deputy Director of EMC, Mogas Damsey, Dr. Mogas Damsey from CARD, and Karan Wambai from CEHRO, Communication Officer. So I will make it very short. They mainly discuss on three main points. They have discussed on the digital landscape and its threat and opportunity. We have discussed about the evolution of technology and its opportunity and challenges regarding it. And also we have taken long time on on discussing the internet shutdown and infrastructure issues. So one of the things that was raised as a problem was the paradox to access. So we are heading to digitalizing the election. Voters are being registered online and information are being accessed. So this is a good thing, of course, we all have agreed on upon. But there is also a challenge and threat regarding this, because when the information are accessible, at the same time there are open doors to the cyber attack, hacking and phishing. So these are the problem. Also, Dr. Mogas was also mentioning coordinating campaigns during election is one of the threats during election. Parties with large number of followers does their campaign, which affects the decision of voters, which we do really care. And also this distortion of reality is known during the election. A lot of parties does mis and disinformation to push the distortion of reality during election. Also, one of the very interesting things raised by Karen was the evolution of AI and its opportunity and challenge. She was mentioning now we are not talking about AI only, we are talking about also how the AI is being going in evolution from the digital AI to generative AI, and now we are in a time of hybrid self-regulative AI. So this AI might manipulate information autonomously. There might be campaigns which we don't know who owns the campaign. Also, propaganda machines might have go beyond people who have any agenda regarding elections. So AI have bring opportunity to disseminate voter education very simply and to reach large number of audience, but at the same time, information can be distorted very easily and in large amount of damage. Also, internet shutdown and frustration. Of course, we have agreed internet shutdown might happen in an election period. I'm not sure we have that experience. In Ethiopia, there was no internet shutdown during election, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, but we cannot say it will not happen. So to fight regarding this, there were 3 major solutions were proposed. One of the solution is working to solve the single monopoly of the technology communication sector, and also fighting the mis and disinformation before the shutdown of internet, because that prevent the decision of the government not to shut down the internet maybe. And also Dr. Mogas has also raised a point of decentralizing communication, peer-to-peer and offline messaging tools, and community monitoring teams to verify information. The last point, we have also have in mind users and how can we reach them in this digital information era. Also fight their availability for the fake news and mis and disinformation. So the solution was raised by Karen, and it was very interesting. We have to engage use-owned companies, tech companies, to deliver use-friendly information and to engage users in the election process. Finally, I will put 4 or 5 very short go forward solution. It was actually mentioned by the moderator. So we need early warning sign framework to prevent these problems, alternative or old ways of communication as a way out, responsible usage of internet by ourselves and the citizens. We need more platforms of fact-checking and debunking informations like the CARD is doing and other organizations doing. Also, we need to build capacity of users on how to use social media very healthily. And also a strategic partnership with the national as a CECOE and CEHRO and EHED doing is very important as well. So we cannot deny the importance of digital media, the information with the people, access to information in their right, but we have to also be responsible to work on how to deliver a very factual information for the citizens, and work on how can citizens decide on who and what to vote by having a very factual and balanced information. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The team, before you go, because you also must have a photo session. So because this was a small panel, so they have to have a photo session as well. So the camera person to come. Do you want to move the chair? So maybe you should be in the middle. Yeah. No, I want you to be in the middle to balance the gender. Yeah. Our able technical team. All right, thank you. So we come to the, can I have the podium, please? Can I have the podium? So we come to the end of our day. So we want to have the closing remarks. We want to finish in the next 5 minutes maximum. So before I invite the chairperson of the board of CECOE, I would like to give my own closing remarks. Mule was supposed to do it, but he's rushed out for some urgent business. So I would like then to take this opportunity to thank CECOE, that is, and CEHRO, that is Abera and Masood, and all the members of your technical teams. This could have been possible without your support. I think I'm honestly thrilled with the kind of hospitality that I think Mule mentioned it in the morning. We arrived on Sunday. You have been very good to us, you and your team. We are very grateful. And Masood is not here, but I want to just take this chance to thank the two member organizations for making this success. But also then moving to all the panelists, the government, the civil society organizations that showed up. You know, imagine if you went to a foreign country, no one takes care of you, no one shows up in your meeting. So they showed up from Monday all the way to Thursday. It's been heavy, and I'm sure yourself, Masood, and the chair, who has been very good to us as well. You have other things, and you put them aside to be here with us. So all the panelists, the participants, the local participants, we want to thank you and indeed wish you well as you have the coming days to plan for your election. We will be back. As Ian will be back, we're hoping to be back. I think we're going to discuss this with you tomorrow in your office for the election academy and how to link up with you and your teams. We will be back to learn from you during the academies, but also to see what you can learn from us as well during the academies. But we will be back. We'll be back to be able to do things together. So without wasting much time, let me invite the chairperson of CECOE to come and officially close the meeting. Karibu sana, as we say in Kenya. Karibu sana. Let's clap for him. Asante sana.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. It is a great pleasure once again to stand in front of you to really extend my deep gratitude and compliment to all participants, all panelists, active participants, technical teams, the way they are really presented and summarized all what we discussed, and this young ICT group who are really taking all our records. And my big gratitude also goes to host organizations and the sponsors to this seminar or day-long workshop. And I think, in my opinion, in my view, we have a very short day in terms of its importance, its values. We exchange different valuable knowledge, experience, be it technical or whatever you call it actually. So it was we had a very good day, and we Africans, we need to work like this. Africa must together and hold each other. This time you come here, next time we should come, and we need to exchange in such way actually. So we need to continue this way. As a senior citizen, may God bless you, and I wish you all our fellow Africans to go back safe to your respective countries. Bon voyage, and I officially close this seminar. Thank you.
Asante sana, asante sana, asante sana. All right, so there is no more meeting. The chairperson has closed the meeting. So I would like to invite you, if you had not signed something, please see Daisy. She's out there. Please talk to her. She has some envelope for people who came. So if you want some envelope, see Daisy and the lady there. I'm forgetting her name. Amila, yeah. Please see Armila.